Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. Almost forgot one of the three. My name is Mikey. I'm a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. And today, we will be continuing our long weekend of Final Fantasy XVI. So we hit another major milestone, a point of no return yesterday, another epic sequence to cap off another stream. So far the pacing has been pretty good, and coincidentally we just always end the stream on like a cliffhanger or a major pivotal moment, and I've been liking it so far. How are you doing, Vanua? Hope you're doing okay over there. We're just gonna have more Final Fantasy 16 here. Is that a sleeping cat? Hello there, Blushing Peony. That is such an adorable sleeping cat. Do I have that emote? I think that's from the hype train. Wait, maybe it's on the other. Oh, I do have it as well. Wait. Nice. I think we all got it. We all got that emote when we had that hype train that one time. Decent. Decent's good. Let's sit back, relax, and hopefully this is a place you can rest your weary head even for just a moment. We are home, sweet home. Check out that pixel art. Adorable. Torgal's even going, nah, up, ma, ma. Let's get some active time lore to get ourselves situated today. Yeah, Twitter's not doing so well. I don't know if they're gonna roll it back or I'm just waiting for it to implode somehow. And life will find a way. Sorry to hear that though. Like if you are a frequent visitor of Twitter, it can cut off communication lines and just make bad actors worse. But let's try to look at the bright side and hopefully, well, I don't know if other platforms are as capable. I'm not active on Twitter and I'm not sure of the alternatives, but I do hear that people are jumping onto alternatives. So hopefully there will be a platform that people will be able to find and it'll turn into Twitter 2.0 and better, hopefully. Because the way Twitter is being managed right now, it doesn't seem very hopeful. So I hope they get their shit together. Huge possibilities of Russians blowing up a nuclear power station in about 3 days. Ah, shoot. They got word of that? Stay safe, Anoa. Hey, Zen. How's it going? We just started. Thank you for the lurk again, and have fun wherever you may be in the ether. So we're just starting off with some active time lore. Updated entry for Clive Rossfield. We had a 5-year time skip. An Imperial bearer turned ally of Sid the Outlaw. That became his reputation. In truth, however, he is something much more. Not only the firstborn of the Archduke of Rosaria, but also the dominant of Ifrit, with the ability to absorb the powers of other icons. In the 5 years since the fall of Drake's head and the death of his mentor, he and Jill have strived to continue Sid's legacy, the light of Ramu forever in his heart. That is a pretty intense sequence yesterday. Obolus, an old friend of Otto's from his merchant seaman days, now serving as ferryman between the shores of Benumir and Clive's hideaway. Knowing him to be a trustworthy and tight-lipped fellow, Otto invited him to join their cause after Sid's death, that he and his trusty skiff might help them build and operate their new hideaway in the lake. Speaking of the hideaway, it's pretty badass looking. It's in the remains of a fallen airship. Established under the leadership of Clive Rossfield, who took on the title of Cid after his former leader's passing and Titan's destruction of the old hideaway, here a community of like minded individuals from across the realm has gathered to build a place where people can live and die on their own terms. Like its predecessor, it is built within fallen ruins deep within the deadlands of Central Storm. Decidedly unlike its predecessor, however, it is located in the center of a lake, Benumir, across whose waters any invading enemy can easily be spotted long before their arrival. Is it a security concern? Is it defensible? We'll find out if it happens again. Speaking of Benumir, is Mere supposed to mean like lake in a language or something? Because one of my OCs is Halimir. I always like the name of it, but I don't know. Benumir.
Last I saw, he was in the mess, as always.
We're supposed to speak with Otto. The problem with the menu, it loads the map, and you cannot like cycle through until it loads the map. Home, sweet home. Amidst the fallen dreams of a people long faded, Clive and his friends strive to realize a new dream. A dream wherein people of all backgrounds, be they man, bearer, or dominant, can live on terms of their own choosing. Damn. Let's check out their new hideaway.
Welcome back, Sid.
Hello?
Finish with that log so we can call it a morning. Almost done.
I really hope Jill gets a spotlight now. She's barely said a word since we met her.
Otto will want to know what happened in Cosness. I expect he'll be in the mess.
Again? I seen schoolboys swing harder.
Staying long this time?
Peter the plank polisher and Lillian the sympathetic soul. How can people not see our hideaway? We have like a 360 panorama, which also kind of means that all around the lake, they could just like look at us. You memed a bit with the name of a character, Candela Obscura. Oh, are you building your own campaign setting with Candela Obscura? Are you like building your own modular adventure? What's the name? Oh, it's about your character's name. Bodan means gift from God, and sorry if I don't know how to pronounce this. Sviatoslavovich is one who praises the divine, and the character is a cultist. So that's what it means. Sviatoslavovich. Interesting. I would love to see continued adventures of Bodan. A time in the spotlight doing occultic things. So this is where the tavern is now.
Does that one have blood on it?
Dragutin, the optimist.
You look like you could do with a drink.
Order a drink, buy a round for the hall, which is 10,000 gil. Chat with Meave.
How am I getting on? About as well as you'd expect of a barmaid pouring sour ale for penniless outlaws in the middle of the Deadlands. And it'd be worse than that if Molly here didn't make the best stew this side of Stone here. Even if it is mostly just yesterday's leavings. Don't tell her you heard that from me, though.
I'll order a drink first.
Might be a mo.
It won't be a mo. Do we get anything for the drink? I don't think we can sell. There's nothing to celebrate right now, so we'll save that for later.
Have we any more knuckle pies?
Edita, the aspiring writer.
Sadly not. Molly used the last of the chocobo in the stew.
Yvonne, the kitchen hand. I keep forgetting to eat chocobo. To marinate yard chocobo. Prepare hen by draining blood and removing both head and feet. Offal, particularly the heart and liver, should be set aside for later use. Stir into a deep bowl watered in wine. Wait, stir into a deep bowl watered wine. Deep bowl of watered wine, preferably the red variety. Honey, salt, pepper, nutmeg, and any other seasonal savory herbs if you so desire. Add to the bowl the dressed bird and let lay in a dark room for a single turn of the sun. Break the breastbone and ready for your force meat thusly. Force meat? What's force meat? Break the breastbone and ready your force meat thusly. Chop together the heart and liver of the chocobo and mix it with a crumb of a stale barm and pepio or kupo nuts. Soaked in boiled cream, beaten mace, and as much thyme as will lie on a gill penny and fill the bird, but not overly so. This is so detailed. Lard the breast with boar bacon and spit the bird, tying it at both ends that the force meat not spill into the coals. Roast until skin is golden brown, taking care to baste regularly with drippings. This is Kenneth. I don't know if Kenneth made it out of the massacre, so this is like his legacy. Chocobo recipe book. Biryani's surname is color-based. It's kind of weird that it has different translations. What is... I know biryani is... Oh, what is this? Ooh, it's an interesting house crest. So the biryani is this shade of red? That's what it's called? That's very specific. So I'm thinking of biryani, the food. Huh, okay. Now I know. So this shade of red in particular, it's almost a blood red. Biryani. The name of this track is Our Side. What's that?
Unless you'd rather...
Yasen the Deck Swabber. Kalina the Engineer.
I am a tinker by trade, but I've always been fascinated with the art of healing. If only there were a salve to mend a broken engine.
In a way, I guess there is one. Hey, it's the Spoony Bard. He made it. No, this is not the Spoony Bard. This is... Well, maybe it has a name now. Lucan Lark's Tongue.
As hither yon dance autumn winds atop the autumn pier. Of Sid's return the faithful sing across the blighted mere.
Near is... it does mean something. Charon's alive.
Well, don't just stand there gawping.
And she's smoking. Ask about the hideaway.
We won't hear me complaining.
It's even roomier than the old one was. Got my own stores, my own little counter. And thanks to you lot fighting the good fight, plenty of demand for me wares.
The only drawback
is the constant bloody racket. If it's not Doris and Otto barking their orders, it's Blackthorn and Bardolph banging away day and night.
still,
If a pain in the ear hole is the price I have to pay to be Sid the Outlaw's partner in crime, I'd say I've got myself a bargain. Ask about the past 5 years. It's a bit different sound, doesn't matter much. It's not that much in G like in Grizzly. Oh, is this about the... Which word was this? Roomier. Yeah, well, bigger. It is roomier. There's more room to breathe. I like the place so far. Ask about the past 5 years. How's it really been 5 years since we left the old place? How time flies.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
We were all waiting to treat Sid to a hero's welcome when Kupka's lot turned up. Not that we knew it was them. They just poured in like a plague of rats, cutting down anyone and anything that stood in their way. Blood and bodies everywhere there was, and a voice crying out for Sid to save us in the midst of it all. I'll never forget those cries. Try as I might.
You're our leader now, Clive.
Promise me you won't let anything like that happen again. Promise me that, come what may, Sid will save us. That's a tall order.
Go on, then.
Wait, Gaia Blade, Bastard Sword. Why is it so expensive? Orchestral rolls are too expensive. Way too expensive. Hey, even more potions. We get an elixir. Instantly restores all HP, but it's 10,000. Nah, I think we're good with potions and high potions, but keeping only one type of potion for emergencies, like until you're like really low, leaves room for 2 special tonics. I'm saving for orchestrions.
Come again. Oh, don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Dragutin the Optimist and Goots.
Clive, you're back. You didn't happen to run out of potions while you were away, did you?
I always do,
We've a
Goots.
fine selection of tonics and tinctures. Oh, perhaps you'd be interested in some.
Oh,
new
he's
accoutrements.
learning.
Couldn't.
Accoutrements, but gear's fine. Oh, 40,000? They're like song scrolls for the music, for the jukebox. So it's like purely for collectible purposes. And also, you get to change the music of the hideaway. But 40,000? That's my entire savings.
Once the hall's swept, it's over to the Tub and Crown for me.
Tub and Crown.
With the serving girl, are you? She's a fair one, all right.
Is this the Tub and Crown? This is called the Tub and Crown. Oh hey! Our blacksmith survived.
Clive,
Ask about the hideaway.
thinks you ain't too bad.
I suppose. I've got a decent hammer, a decent anvil, and a apprentice that knows his hammer from his cock. Oh, and the furnace is alright and all, thanks to old Sid's bellows. Bellows! They finally have bellows! They don't use branded, they don't use crystals, they use tried and true forge bellows. This is the development of a civilization we are witnessing. The gods only know how I'd keep the coals hot enough out here on the mere without them. Not with bloody crystals, that's for sure.
Nah.
I reckon you won't find a forge like this one anywhere else in the Twins. And I count myself lucky to work it. Actually, I wonder what the rest of the Empire's feeling after the the loss of their mother crystal, the loss of their technology and power and way of life, essentially. I wonder if it's a meanie inside joke in the topic of how much it costed for them to buy a license for these songs. Maybe, or how expensive or how valuable the music is. Maybe it's an inside joke. I don't know. Maybe it's left for endgame stuff. Like, at some point, you're gonna have so much money and you don't need to buy anything. So it's a money sink. Like, I'm not buying anything, and I still have a lot of gil. Thanks for keeping me on. You need anything, you give us a shout. He's more talkative now, and friendly towards us. Ask about the past 5 years.
You've forgotten already? Because I haven't.
It was a right pain in the arse getting this place into shape, especially with the mess we were in. Not that it was anything new for those of us who put the old hideaway together.
Still.
That don't mean I intend on doing it again.
What do you want?
11 bolt, this is our next upgrade. It requires a lightning shard and a meteorite.
Anything else?
What is a lightning shard? The power of the icon Ramu made manifest. This shard of crystal tingles the palm and can be heard to emit a soft hum when held to the ear. Goodbye, Flame Tongue. You're going to become a Ramu weapon. With a tongue of flame, spake he the words of destruction. Iconomachy. Iconomachy? If it's like it's a crap. Iconomachy. Whatever. Book of Bryn, 7010. Hey, welcome in, Lishards. Thank you for popping in. Best of luck. Break a leg on Panda Savage. Is it like the next set of raids? Ah, I miss Savage days. But best of luck. I have faith in the FC. For those who don't know, yeah, I guess Panda Savage being raids in Final Fantasy XIV. The latest tier, so glad to have a static again. Always great to have a static. That is great to hear. I don't know how the looting situation is right now or what the system is, but again, once you clear that, best of luck getting the gear you need. Always a challenge.
What do you need?
Meanwhile, we're just
What do you want?
getting to know the new Waking Sands. What is the new place called in FF14? I forgot. Our new hideout. Rising Stones. Was something to that effect. 11 bolt.
No scratches, right?
Nothing? Do I have to reinforce my shit? Okay, reinforce. What do I have equipped? Is there an indicator of what I have equipped? I just... What do I have equipped? R1. Battle chains. Compare gear. They're Metean bonds. Okay, Metean bonds. Oh god. I still can't get over. They made Metean the star that everyone prays to because they believe Metean listens to everyone's wishes. Those who played FF14 know. So it's like I tried to take that out of like my memory when they're getting all sentimental and saying, I pray to Metean for you to come back. And they say, Metean listens to everyone. I'm like, oh dear. Please don't. Please stop praying now.
Anything else?
Athanasi, Apprentice Smith.
If you told me you could fire a forge without a crystal or a bearer before I came here, I'd have taken you for a madman.
Lichcast, welcome in. Guess
Here
what?
it is. The secret's in the bellows, you know. They're Master Sid's own design. The
Arthur, Master Sid.
They have whetstones! And they have bellows! And Sid designed it. That's in the previous Sid. So they really didn't have bellows before. Yeah. Yeah, Blackthorn and his apprentice talk about it. Blackthorn made it. But he has an apprentice now, Athanasi. So they're like, this may be the only forge this side of the lake. With bellows. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was intentional. They just went to the extreme of like, nobody gives a shit. You have a crystal, you can do anything. So it's one of those things, over-reliance on magic solving all your problems down to doing the dishes and your laundry. But at least this place is built without crystals, so the revolution's gonna start here in more ways than one. Off limits, that means you. Who stays here? Exactly. It took Sid to design the bellows. And I love that about it because, I mean, like, it kind of far-fetched, but it still makes sense because, oh my god, look at this guy. His name is Jackin, amateur twitcher. What is a twitcher? Is that a real thing in this day and age? Or is it just like a little cute thing to sound like Witcher? I'm gonna Google it. What is a twitcher? Anyway, I was just saying, like, yes, because Sid was already thinking about a world without mother crystals. So it made sense that in his downtime, he'd probably think about how would we heat a forge without crystals? Oh, it's a real thing. A person or thing that twitches. However, informal British, it is a bird watcher whose main aim is to collect sightings of rare birds. I don't know why he's looking at this rat, but let's talk to this amateur birder. Bird watcher.
Look, Sid. Squeaks wants to meet you.
Aww.
I can keep him, can't I?
Squeaks. Just don't make sure he doesn't get into the granary or something. It's okay, chat. He's an amateur birder. He'll learn.
This plank will have to be
Nearly
replaced.
half the crates were lost to bandits.
You have Blast the Carpenter and Zora the Dust Displacer.
Will see us through the season.
And Nimoy the Trifler. I'm reading their names now because I wasn't paying attention to the names of the people before. Now I regret that. But sometimes they name them funnily. But we got a view. They say it's defensible. But the whole world can see us in the freaking middle, in the center of this damn lake. Like, we're so exposed. They just have to launch an artillery barrage and we're dead. Oh, school! Jan, the porter.
Charlie says I can't go and play until I finish my sums.
Well, then hurry up and finish them. We need 3 for curling geese.
Curl and geese. Stay in school, kids. Shirley, the tutor.
Ah, Sid. We were just about to start our next lesson. You're welcome to join us, but be warned. I tolerate absolutely no tomfoolery.
Okay. Ooh. Everard, another porter.
Can't catch a wink with all the clamour in the hall. The atrium's quiet this time of day.
Atrium, you say? Ooh.
Sid, what's the special occasion?
Sybil the Chatterbox.
You're welcome to join us for a spell, if you think Jill won't mind.
Ofka the Tail Tattler. Tail Tattler. Yeah, we just started. We're just walking around the ship in the lake. If you want to know more about it, it is called the Hideaway. Oh, and it's situated inside at the center here. Wait, established under the leadership of Clive, who took the title of Cid after former leaders' passing, and Titan's destruction of the old hideaway, Titan's tantrum, as you said. Like-minded individuals from across the realm, they have gathered to build a place where people can live and die on their own terms. Like its predecessor, it's built within fallen ruins deep within the Deadlands of Central Storm. But unlike its predecessor, it is located in the center of a lake, Benumir. And it's only today that I learned, or I remembered, that Mir is like a body of water as well. Like, I totally forgot my own OC's name, Hallie Mir. Across whose waters any invading enemy can easily be spotted long before our arrival. But it's awesome, we're in an airship, but come on. Is this defensible at all? Hey, go, how's it going? Mir is a world and peace. MIR is world and peace. Oh, damn, okay. I knew I liked that name for a reason. Good evening, fellow bearer. We're just roaming around our new hideaway. Cassandra, Ray? What? Cassandra? Cassandra? Worrywart.
The lawsman says I can borrow as many books as I can carry. This was all I could carry.
You need more books, ma'am.
Go on. Eat up. You won't grow fat pecking at hay.
This is Matthias, the bird feeder. There is also a very long entry on how to cook a chocobo. Your Valkyrie profile. Listen to your vagrant story. I'm pretty sure your tactics are quite final as well. In some Slavic language, it can be different in others. I don't know them at all. Your tactics are ogre. Yeah, there we go. That makes more sense. Just don't get lost in your fantasies. Asta, the hopeless romantic. Hey, we found this universe's Asta.
No one works longer or harder than our Otto.
She is staring at Otto.
You can scour the whole of Storm and Ash, and you won't find a better man.
Kupo. Also, the Moogle made it. Yeah, she's literally staring at him. Hopeless romantic. Your birthday's in 3 hours? Nice.
How'd you manage that?
This is Laszlo the Porter.
Help, but it was mostly luck. The others weren't so lucky.
Maxence the Gossip Monger. Advance happy birthday, Jack Coke. Is this one of those pre-mixed Jack Cokes, or is it something you're going to craft on your own? Compendium of Rosarian Verse. The rails run red with brave men's blood, and to the talons flow in blood, then out to sea. But those same souls whose souls are touched by flames and phoenix claws are clutched, and ne'er shall die. So dry thine eyes, thy groom is gone, but in thy babe his light lives on, and so shall he. Snap, 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 snap. You have the bottles and equipment to mix something yourself, but you're lazy. And I gotta admit, the pre-mixed ones, they're well mixed. If I may suggest, I'm pretty sure you'd already know this, or you've done it before, but I love Jack Coke, but what I love more is Jim Beam honey with Coke. Just that addition of the honey, like that's my kind of Jack Coke. Rum Coke, sorry. It's bad luck beforehand. It's 12 a.m. in New Zealand. It's your birthday in New Zealand. We're fine. Zwei Unverzig? Help, I don't know German. Oh, I already went up there. Okay, let's do the quest. Let's leave the hopeless romantic to her. What's he staring at? You staring at anyone, sir? Just a beautiful view. I accept. If you mention Mir and name meaning, both Vladimir, okay, ruler of peace or ruler of the world. That's the name I keep hearing. Vladimir, of course. I did not know that's what it meant. Ruler of peace or ruler of the world. Two different Vladimirs. 50% of everything you learn about Deutsch, you learn from being an active member of the Gabriel Knight fandom. I see. Hey, speaking of Gabriel Knight, I have the sudden urge to go through the point-and-click adventures of Indiana Jones. I just watched Dial of Destiny a while ago.
Lady Tyre is performing a delicate operation and must not be disturbed. I'll let her know you called.
Because I was too young to like really appreciate it. But I watched my brother play like, Fate of Atlantis. I played the 3D Indiana Jones game, like the first 3D Indiana Jones game. Like I remember my dad and I would like take turns trying to beat it. And I enjoyed, well, I was a kid. I enjoyed the 3D Indiana Jones. But, you know, I couldn't sit still long enough to like read the Fate of Atlantis. Last Crusade is not a perfect form of the genre, but it's not bad. I'll have to play it in order at some point. I'm just in the mood now, and you know, bittersweet, kind of like, oh, that is the last indie film. Like, of course, no spoilers, but I loved how it began. I was okay with how it ended, and I found it dragged on in the middle. But overall, I had a literally my character moment for Helena Shaw. And I just loved her so much as a character, and I'm pretty sure once you watch it, you'll be like, of course, Mikey likes Helena Shaw. But it's like a literally me moment. In any pulp adventure I'm in. It walked so that Fate of Atlantis could run. I see. Is Last Crusade an adaptation of the movie? Nectar, you're wondering what this new board is behind me, aren't you? All in good time, my furless friend. All in good time. Let me guess, a quest board, Kupo.
All operations are suspended until further notice.
Yes, Captain. I'll let the others know.
Doris, August, and Tarek.
Have you finished sorting those reports yet?
Oh.
Finished?
Goats
I
alive.
Started. Been busy enough with my own work.
And someone new, I think. Desiree?
Otto's gonna skin me alive.
At least you're alive, goat.
War is brewing. I can feel it.
Vivian! She stands out because I think she's the only one dressed like this. Or I just didn't notice it. Nice outfit though. Is Otto wearing the same thing? This is like our war room. We even have like an owl. A history of Valisthean jurisprudence, the Continental Accord. The signing of the Continental Accord marks the beginning of the modern era of Valisthea, where the realm had once been riven by hatred and mistrust. What do you mean once been riven? It still is. The Accord built bridges affecting many of the areas of realm-wide cooperation that persist to this day. The shared currency, shared calendar, and common system common system of bearer ownership, chief among its epoch-making achievements. Alas, in the years since the Accord signing, many of these old rifts have reopened. It is for us to follow in the steps of our forebears and wholeheartedly endeavor to usher in a new age of peace and unity. Oh, okay, Last Crusade follows most of the beats of the film. It's interesting because in 1989, they couldn't do both puzzles and action scenes within a reasonable budget. So they made most big set pieces happen off-screen or with other characters. Ah, okay. And they had to focus on other aspects of the story. That makes sense. This is the origin of the single brand problem. Yes, here. The Continental Accord. Alright, we went full circle. So, definitely roomier, this place. But not massive. Hortense is the keeper of the stores. Sadly, I have not seen Tomes around. I'm worried Tomes didn't make it. Where's our new library? Oh, Clive's Chambers. Why did I miss that? Oh, the Haven, Atrium, the bunks, the infirmary, the map room. Yeah, we don't have a lore room right now. The shelves. Okay, it's still inaccessible. Wait, did we see a room? Okay, Marcus Brody experiences the boat chase in Venice off-screen, while we don't see the Portuguese boat fight at all, except Indy shows up soaking wet and says, "Don't ask." So it also helps that you watch the film. I guess you'd appreciate it more if you did watch the film. Loom badge. Well, I can't claim that, but I did watch my brother go through Day of the Tentacle.
Have you been to the toll?
And Gabriel Nyatt.
Shipment's just arrived.
Oh, no. I still owe her for the hairpin I bought my wife.
The toll? Okay, this is our room. Damn. This is our solar. Could use some curtains. This is a bit... Well, nice view. We have a little map with pieces. Weapons stored away. Even displayed. Large chest. Wall of memories. Oh. Oh. The oath. Hey, they did... It is the crystal / map stabbing moment. Aww. The oath. Created the day Clive pledged his allegiance to Sid. This crystal shard transfixed with twin daggers is a powerful reminder of a promise made, a friendship forged, and a legacy inherited. I like this. It'd be interesting for me to play old games that are of the story and dialogue tradition from the late 20th century. You appear to have passive familiarity with most of them, so you know what you will enjoy. Yeah, that's why you're still clear-minded of like Indiana Jones, Gabriel Knight. Those sort of things I know I might enjoy the setting off. It's just I was too young to appreciate it. And of course, I always told myself, one of these days I'll get around to it. So maybe once we start getting to retro stuff, there's just like so many games to play now. But currently, right now, I just watched Indiana Jones, so it's like, I feel like maybe we'll play Indiana Jones on Tuesday. I think I have a copy of it somewhere. I don't have anything else. Okay. So we've just begun. This is our first memory. And there are like a lot. I don't think we're nearly done with the game yet. That bed does not look comfortable. Oh. Wait, what's the view of our balcony? Nice. Alright, let's talk to Otto. He's gonna put us to work now. Ah, I see kids in front of the library.
Shelves are closed. Sign outside should have told you.
Tet.
Yeah, the sign outside should have told you.
Crow.
But there's no sign.
Lezek the librarian. What sign? And why is it closed? What is going on behind here? These kids are suspicious. They're probably working with the amateur birder. Sorry, twitcher. Wait, no, I think now I get it. Maybe they just don't want to study or something. Yeah, it was the librarian. It's like, oh, what? Otto! You haven't had a costume change yet.
Suspended until further notice.
Ah, there you are, Clive.
You haven't aged a
Word
bit.
of your adventures arrived this morning. Victor sends his thanks.
I doubt Kupka will miss the fools he sent to catch me. Not a single one of the bearers we saved showed any interest in coming with us. No one seems keen to join hands with an outlaw. Any news while we were away?
None worth mentioning. Gav's still off keeping an eye on the
Gav!
Republican army.
He's alive!
Should be back any day now.
Understood. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the map room.
Still can't work that one out. There must be better places than the hull of a gutted airship to bury your nose in a book.
Yet this is where she's chosen to be. And I'm sure she has her reasons.
So she is supposed to stand out.
I learned something new. You'll be the first to know. Now off you go.
Let us meet Vivian. Lady Vivian.
I'd trust I'm not intruding.
Back from your mission? I'm beginning to think your habit of surviving cannot be attributed to luck alone.
One might say the same of you, Vivian Ninetails.
Ninetails.
I'll have you know that only 4 attempts have been made on my life, and none was especially memorable.
Huh.
So, to what do I owe the honor? Could it be that you've come for one of my lessons?
Is that so hard to believe?
Well, war strategy?
Very well then. Shall we start with the state of the realm?
Oh, okay.
To absolutely no one's surprise, she finds herself at the mercy of armies and outlaws. Well, mostly armies. Though that's not for want of trying, is it, Clive? But the real question is, how did we get here? Long though Sambrek's dominion over northeastern storm has endured, recent days have seen the blight wrest ever more land from her grasp. For which reason,
Time skip
she has
catch up,
continued
yeah.
to wage war on her rival across the strait, hoping to claim less blackened pastures. But Odin would sooner pawn his sword than Waloed relinquish Ash. And the Empire pays dearly for every blade of grass bent beneath Sambrequois boots. Little wonder then that Sylvester set his sights on the crystalline dominion, an altogether easier target, possessed of no less ether. It was 5 years ago. while you were busying yourself with the destruction of Drake's head, that the Empire made its move, subjugating its theretofore neutral neighbor. A nation which could legitimately claim to be the center of the world. Certainly, there is no better place to stage an army. From there, the Holy Empire's reach spans the Twins. The non-aggression treaty was the only thing keeping them in check. But if they truly broke the pact without provocation, it is only a matter of time before others reply in kind. The Holy Empire, the Dalmekian Republic, the Kingdom of Waloed, and of course, our friends in Yaran.
The three houses
Who will be
plus
left
one.
standing, I wonder, when the last drop of blood is spilled.
That's the first time I think we've heard of Hiaran.
You were born
He
in
got
Constantine.
Constantinople, yeah.
Do you not fear for your home?
Inside.
Oh, dark clouds are wont to gather over the Dominion. Yet in spite of it all, she has ever endured. And when the storm has passed, I am confident she will remain. Now, as to the matter of payment for today's lesson...
Oh.
Complete a simple errand for me, and we shall consider ourselves even.
Amen.
Even. Right.
Return this volume to old tomes in the shelves. Tell him it was... adequate.
Tomes is alive,
I
okay.
suppose it wouldn't hurt to visit our resident historian.
All that blight? Yeah, it's just... I have to look at the map again. Clive Rossfield. After Sid fell and his hideaway was reduced to rubble at the hands of Hugo Coupeau, Clive took on both his predecessor's name and role, becoming the second Sid the Outlaw, and leader of the re-established resistance. Together with the other survivors and their new recruits, he continues Sid's missions to emancipate bears and rid the realm of Mother Crystals. But the Empire, well... okay. Empire's fine, because they captured another Mother Crystal. Right. Vivian Ninetails. A scholar and strategist who makes her home in the hideaway, analyzing every shred of information that comes in from the wider world in order to divine the dispositions of the realm's armies and those who lead them. She offers her insight to Clive that he might better understand the lay of the land. The moniker Ninetails, of which she herself is fond, was gifted her by her fellow scholars in recognition of her ability to speak at length on almost any subject. Suikoden strategist. Well, I do need one. And Clive does need one. Oh, Harpocrates. No updates on his entry.
Ah, my favorite pupil.
View the state of the realm.
What is it that you wish to learn?
The state of the realm. Interesting. By speaking with Vivian in the Hideaway's map room, Clive can view the state of the realm and learn more about the current goings-on in Valisthea, revisit any of the Ninetails' past lessons, or take a deep look at the relationships of those individuals in Clive's orbit. This is great, because it just helps for if you need to refresh of the state of the world. And as it updates, like this, the grand cast, look at this. A comprehensive grid of important persons and their respective relationships. And in a situation map, an overview of current and past Valisthean affairs. This is so good. Vivian Ninetails has her sprite there saying, "Allow me to educate you."
I have the details here.
The Grand Cast. Here, you can view a detailed visualization of character relationships in Final Fantasy XVI that updates as you progress through the main scenario. Use L1 and R1 to cycle through pivotal milestones in Clive's adventure. This is so good. Rosaria Marches. What is this? Oh, okay, they're like the current pressing issue. With the blight, the current timeline we have selected. Rosaria Marches. With the blight pressing at Rosaria's borders and forcing ever more citizens of the duchy from their homes, Archduke Elwyn rallies his nation to take up arms against the Iron Kingdom and wrest Drake's breath from their grasp. This is the beginning of the game. Yet tradition dictates that they must first march north to Phoenix Gate to perform the rite of ancestral communion. So this is young Clive, dominant Archduke They say, "Oh, look, what happened to Ambrosia?" Born in the stables of Rosalith Castle, Ambrosia was chosen by the young Clive Rossfield to be his personal steed and raised by him from a chick. She's a proud bird and deeply loyal to her master, quickly turning her beak upon any but he who would attempt to pet her. I don't know if Ambrosia made it out. Hello, Izzy. We're just looking through all the interesting features of this. I like this. Man and wife, Archduke and Duchess. Dominant of the Phoenix, still not sure what to make of that entirely. Sworn to serve. Sir Wade and Sir Tyler are sworn to serve. Cool, cool. Then we have, 13 years later, the Knight of Flames. Acting in concert with the treacherous Duchess Annabella, Imperial forces attack Phoenix Gate. From the chaos arise two icons of fire, the fateful battle between them reducing all to ash. The Dominant of Fire, the mysterious figure. Why don't they even have a connection to Jill? Did they forget to draw a line? Ah, okay, because we didn't know where Jill was. Puppy! It's just listed as Puppy, not even Torgal. Deceased. Huh. Death in the Defile. The Iron Kingdom's unholy crusade is on the march once more, this time into the arid wastes of Dhalmekia, where the Republic musters its main host in the depths of the Nisa Defile. Alarmed by the size and ferocity of the Ironblood horde, the Dhalmecs call on the aid of their long-standing ally, Waloed. As the two sides meet each other in bloody battle, a small group of Imperial soldiers infiltrates the fray in pursuit of their own target. Nice, we have all of this. Like, we've been through a lot. Rosaria Marches, Knight of the Flames, Death in the Defile, Cloaks and Daggers, Caer Norvent, Garuda's Rage, Battle of Belenus Tor, Salvation at the King's Fall, A Duchy Despoiled, the end of... It's so satisfying seeing all these lines update and everything, and how they're kind of like in their own section of the circle. It's so pleasing. I love infographics. Sid II, present day. Situation map. An overview of current and past Valistean affairs.
One must understand one's place in the world.
Here you can view a detailed overview of current and past events relevant to Clive's story that updates as you progress through the main scenario. Use L1R to cycle through pivotal milestones. Awesome. Very nice. Look at that. Damn. Damn, I love it. If I ever need a refresher, I'll go through all of this. Not only does it make it seem like more like a living world, but also a living history, where like, it really makes you feel like so much has happened, and it also helps us keep track of like what the hell is going on. The present situation is clouds over storm. Sanbreque's conquest of the Crystalline Dominion is complete. But while the Dhalmekian army amasses near the Dominion's borders, their dominant, Hugo Kupka, is rather more interested in tormenting his own nation's bearers, all to ensnare Sid the Outlaw, the one he believes murdered his love. Ugh. Following Clive. You can even like mouse over all of these things. Jeez, look at that. And it connects to lore entries. Wow, I love this.
Very good. Here for another of my lectures?
Ask about Vivian.
One would think.
My role was abundantly clear by now. I offer you and yours the guiding light of knowledge, that of matters military and political, both past and present, that it might illuminate your way ahead. For it is only by understanding what has come before that one might steer one's way toward a brighter future. Your role, meanwhile, is to ensure that I remain furnished with as much information on the state of the realm as your people can muster, in order that I might continue to appraise the dispositions of the great nations and those who rule them. And, of course, to pay attention during my lectures. It would not do to appoint the storied Ninetales as your tutor, only to disregard her expert advice. Announce DLC. Ask about coming to the hideaway.
I admit.
When I took up my professor's bonnet and began teaching at the University of Canver, I did not think for a moment that I would one day count Sid the Outlaw among my pupils. But nor did I imagine that my fellow educators would have designs on my life. And we both know how that ended. Has it been a year already? I don't know, you just showed up. Such is the peril of an overly inquisitive mind, I suppose. One is wont to uncover that which others would go to great lengths to ensure remained hidden. Were it not for you and our mutual friend having come to the rescue, my curiosity would likely have proved fatal. But instead, I was not only saved, but granted a new lease of life. As personal tutor to a band of outlaws, no less.
A far more reputable fellowship.
Than anything in the academic world, I assure you. Ask about the Crystalline Dominion.
My beloved homeland.
The crossroads of Alistea, where one only has to stroll the streets to hear news from every far-flung corner of the realm. Its mother crystal yields more shards than any other, and its lands even now remain untouched by the blight. It is a blessed country indeed. You went and fought the highest level hunt earlier. Closer to levels, kinda stomping it. Ah, okay, you up-leveled it, damn it. Well, I don't know what they have planned for this game, but I'm assuming you already finished the game. But I'm really enjoying it still so far. I'm just going to say sometimes your line reads come off as flirty when you're not looking. I'll take that as a compliment. I think that's kind of what I was going for with this Vivian. I'm just trying to read it in her accent. I'm very terrible with voices. I hope it's not annoying anyone.
Or at least, it was.
Until Sunbrock elected to invade and establish a new holy capital upon Twinside's heretofore neutral shores. It pains me to see the land I loved so changed. And even more to know that I did not predict it. I knew the Emperor Sylvester had designs of the Dominion, but to abandon Oriflamme, the seat of the Holy Empire since its inception, seemed too audacious a move even for him. That's it. We're updated.
I wish our lawsman would consider acquiring some more contemporary volumes. I tire of the classics.
We'll try to gather more books as we're out there.
Look, it's Sid.
Staying long this time?
That is Peter the Plank Polisher and Lillian the Sympathetic Soul. Ready for hard mode? Ah yeah, there weren't any difficulty settings. Only accessories. Damn, Tomes has upgraded. It's no longer a little nook, it is a full-blown library. Nice. Mithril, a mineral most mighty. Introduction. Mithril is a material of both passing hardness and luster, and it is these two qualities for which it is valued by the weapon and armor smiths of the realm. However, there is a third quality of mithril that sets it apart from steel or shell. Its durance. While even the finest steel may be melted by dragon's fire, become brittle in frigid climes, or turn to rust if not regularly and rightly oiled, mithril is, once made, eternally unchanging. In this volume, I will explain how one might go about making, shaping, and employing mithril in one's work. Yeah, we're very mature here. Examine Spines. The Sins of Zemeckis. An Illustrated History of the Twins, Volume 4. Tales of the Founder. And Mort d'Olivier. I wonder if that's like their Arthurian legend.
Old Tome said the hideaway is built inside an airship. Said it was called the Invincible.
The Invincible! Look at this guy. Right in the middle, and it's just... Well, it's a tragedy what happened, but at least you made it out, Harpocrates. With even more tomes.
Norseman Harpocrates.
Now that is a name I have not heard for a long time. So long, in fact, I had half forgotten it was mine. Welcome home, Clive. You were missed, as always.
I believe this belongs to you. Vivian asked me to return it.
On Gods and Men. A heavy leather-bound tome containing the findings of one Anaximander of Canver, a renowned theologian who spent most of his life chronicling Valisthea's diverse religious history. Polar Express, that's for sure. Zemeckis, oh no.
Ready? Our resident scholar devours books faster than young Tet does lemon tarts. Would that I could do the same, but alas, I no longer possess the necessary constitution for such indulgence, either in words or tarts.
Oh.
That said, I have continued my search for mention of the creature you encountered at Drake's Head, but without access to the great libraries of Oriflamme or the Dominion, I regret that I have been able to find little and less. I am sorry.
Please, don't apologize. I'll send word to our associates. See if they can't furnish you with more books.
I fear it is not more books that I require, but the right ones. Mayhap we look in the wrong places. There are still libraries to the north.
I'll see what I can do.
You are too kind. There are not many in this world who would indulge the whims of a tired old historian.
I do want to collect books.
Not too tired to go filching Kupo nuts, though.
Huh?
Always got a pocket for him. Nicks him off the Moogle.
Hush now. We all know there's no such thing as Moogle.
What?
The twins seem well.
Aye. Yet they laugh far too little for one so young. The loss of their parents weighs heavy on them, however well they hide it. Titan took much from us that night, from some more than others, and the wounds that remain, they are not quick to heal.
Which is why we must give them all the time they need.
That we must. Just as I must give you the time you need to recuperate. Good day, Clive.
Good day.
Good day. Gav will be back soon. I should get some rest while I can.
How good it is to see you, Clive.
Check my Steam inbox. What is... Let me just open that up. What? I received a bunch of gifts? Oh, Matthew, you didn't have to. Wait, what is this? You got me the Indiana Jones games? Oh, man. Thank you so much. Fate of Atlantis, Last Crusade, Infernal Machine, Emperor's Tomb. I didn't even know there were more than... Like, I only knew of Fate of Atlantis. Aw, thanks, Matthew. Archaeology is a search for fact, not truth. Forget any ideas you've got about lost cities, exotic travel, and digging up the world. X never marks a spot. Beautiful. I do remember that. Thank you so much. You know what? I didn't have it on Steam. You're right, I don't have it on GOG. I really didn't have it. So thank you. Oh my god. Well, I guess we're gonna yeah, I mean, I wanted to play it, so here we go. What do I start with? The Last Crusade, I guess. Then from The Last Crusade, in chronological order. Oh, Emperor's Tomb is the one I played, I think. This is a 3D one, right? But thank you so much. We needed a game to play on Tuesday. We just finished Planet of Lana last week. And we have a free schedule on Tuesday, and I wanted to fit Indiana Jones. So I will be starting one of these things. I'll have a trip down memory lane, and I'll experience these classics for the first time ever. So that'll be great. It'll be a nice send-off as well for Indy, because, man, Hannah's the last indie film. But overall, I actually really did enjoy it. Whatever you want, of course, I don't care. You do you. Oh no, I'm definitely gonna be playing it. I'll just figure out like the right play order and everything. But it'll be nice to go back through all of these games. To go through all of these games. We were talking about like a retro session, right? Like Monkey Island. Like that was on the list forever. I never got around to actually get to play Monkey Island. I do have Monkey Island, so please do not gift that. I do have it. I do have the Monkey Island series, which is also waiting in the wings if we're ever in the mood for more retro action. Alright, thank you. That is a nice way to cap up. Like, I even have... Well, I don't have it. But I even have like Indie Satchel, and when I went to the theater a while ago, I used that as my bag for the day, and I wore a jacket and everything, and you know, I'm a big fan.
Look around you.
We're asking about the hideaway. Harpocrates says, look around you. While it is a far cry from the Imperial Library in Oriflamme, in 5 short years, we have amassed more volumes than most men or women might hope to see in their lifetime. No longer are the tales they contain hidden away from all but the privileged. We have liberated them, that they may fill the minds of all who hunger for knowledge.
Still,
there is much out there, and as long as I draw breath, I shall continue to gather what I can.
Why?
One day, a chronicle of your own adventures might even grace these shelves. Or, failing that, the floor. Not yet, Vanoa. I'm saved because I watched Indie today, but right after I got back, I was just so tired, I took a nap and started streaming. But I have Nimona, I have the Backrooms lined up, I have the SCP short film as well. Like, they're all in tabs for me to watch and binge. And I'll probably cap it off with Nimona. I'll probably like watch tomorrow and stuff. Yeah. So I got Overlord, SCP Backrooms, Nimona, Witcher Season 3, Volume 1 as well. So it's been a nice weekend. And I'm just happy that... I'm just glad the last indie film wasn't a dumpster fire. That's it. No, not indie related. It's just a bunch of stuff that Vanoa recommended that I watch as well. It's just been sitting around there. I never watched any of the kids' videos. I just know that he got picked up as a director for American Horror Story for one of the episodes. So I was curious, like what's this whole Backrooms thing? Because we just played... What game did we just finish? Right. We played Trepang Squared, and it was like a homebrew of different urban mythology kind of stuff, and Backrooms is one of it. Better than Crystal Skull, at least. I barely remember anything from Crystal Skull, but I will admit, I thought Crystal Skull was fun. I remember it being fun when I watched it in the theater, but not particularly good. I just had fun with the set pieces. Very pulpy. But not to the point of like denying its existence. Crystal Skull exists, chat. We have to accept it. We cannot ignore and be blind to history. English do be this way sometimes. It's weird to have a good ending on a 4th movie in the indie series, but at least it does. Let's not revise history, chat. Crystal Skull is... I forgot about that scene. Now I'm cringing again. For me, it was what I actually remember from it is the chase in the jungle. The car chases. The chases in indie are always a sight to see. It's always like a theme park ride that I look forward to. And Dial of Destiny, the most recent indie film, I enjoyed the set pieces overall. I just felt like the movie was lacking a bit more in certain departments, but as I said, my short review is that it began really well. It ended okay. It plodded along in the middle. But it still made me feel... I was just grinning from ear to ear the whole time because, again, I'm just a huge fan of the genre and a huge fan of indie. I patterned a lot of my characters after indie, so he's like one of my biggest inspirations for all of my tabletop RPG characters. Especially in that vein of adventures and tabletop RPGs. There's an Indiana Jones movie where the recession happened and they went out for ice cream. Oh, right, in the end, right? Oh, in Crystal Skull. There's no Warren Bassing say, no 5th indie movie, no Tsukihime anime. Was it that bad, the anime? When you would say there are only 3 indie movies, only 3, no more, no less, people would think I was doing a Crystal Skull didn't exist bit, and they caught on to that. I'd flip the script and reveal that, no, I don't know about Temple of Doom. Ha ha! Yeah, Temple of Doom. Also, well, if we look at the numbers, also the second lowest rated Indiana Jones. But I enjoyed Temple of Doom. I enjoyed all the indie films. Okay, but yeah, Temple of Doom was kind of rocky, iffy, but I like the beginning of Temple of Doom. But yeah, overall, I just love that kind of film. Willie Scott, real fucked up, not racist, Orientalist stuff. Yeah, but hey, we got short round, but still. Oh man, that one. It is. I was hoping it is nice that they reunited. Like how many years later? Ask about the past 5 years.
It has been difficult, certainly.
When Titan visited his wrath upon us on that dreadful night, we lost much. He robbed us not only of our home and our loved ones, but of that which Sid fought fiercest to preserve, our hope. Hope that we might never have found again. Hope that we might never have found again had you not taken his name and become our light in the darkness. Also very important against the enemy, to make them believe that Sid still lives. The spirit of rebellion still lives on.
Had you not let us hear?
To Benamir and the Invincible, where, among the ghosts of the fallen, our journey can continue. Here, in the belly of a Leviathan, untouched by the passing of 1,000 years, does our hope burn brighter than ever. And here may it burn for 1,000 more. Nice. Ask about Tet and Crow.
I still remember.
The day I first met Tet and Crow, chasing their father about the hideaway one moment, clinging to the mother's kirtle the next. The twins' love for their parents was something to behold, so fierce and pure. When they passed, I feared the void they left in the children's lives could never be filled. Neither spoke nor smiled for years, hiding themselves away here in the shelves to bury their sorrows in the leaves of these tomes.
And thank goodness they did.
For I believe the stories proved a welcome distraction as over time their pain faded, and now they laugh and frolic as they once did, if not with more vigor. They remind us that no matter how deep our wounds, we all have the capacity to heal. That happiness lost may be found again. Aw, Harpocrates.
I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Like, I'll have to
A rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you.
Continental Accord and the Founder. Last Crusade is still the best movie. Mildly spicy take. Is it a spicy take? I will have to watch all the indie films at one point, and my rankings will probably change, but I remember loving Last Crusade. It is also my favorite indie film. So mildly spicy. I thought it was one of those. I thought a lot of people loved Last Crusade. Well, okay, I guess that was just my brother and me, or my family and me loved Last Crusade. Wait, Tonikawa, Tsukihime. Oh, rom-com. They get married. Second season, married for like a year. Wait, way too childish. I don't know. I never watched it. I don't know if there's a reason for the story, because some people don't necessarily feel the need to kiss or have sexy time. That is totally fine. People like that do exist, but I don't know what the story is, so I cannot comment. Your brother and I too? Are you my brother? Niece? What is this telenovela plot twist? Nah, like my brother and I really love The Last Crusade. I remember rewatching it a lot of times. That left a huge impact on me growing up. I actually felt like it helped inform my moral compass with the choosing of the Holy Grail. I will forever remember that. It is. I barely remember anything from my childhood, but I will always remember that Indy found out that you had to choose the simplest looking Holy Grail. You know, it is teaching you to be like humble and more, right? It's that. I just remember that as such a defining moment watching it on screen. On the VHS, I think. I don't think I watched it no, obviously I didn't watch it in the theaters. I watched it on like VHS, I think, or Betamax. I don't remember. Laserdisc. Laserdisc. What did I have there? I watched a bunch of Disney classics on Laserdisc. Rented Laserdiscs. The store's gone now. It's now a laundromat. But yeah, VHS, Betamax tapes, bootleg recordings of anime, and Laserdiscs. Okay, so you're just saying it's not written well. Something can be childish, which means it's not for you. I don't know if it's not. Again, I don't know if it's badly written or not. But it sounds like it is. Why is it cherished childhood places always become laundromats? Right? Right? It's one of those. Oh, this place has changed so much. Look at that. The place we used to go to eat all the time. It's now a laundromat. You're right. There's just something about it. Is it because of the laundromats are very helpful, but there's also something very, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but the feel of a laundromat. I mean, there's precisely a reason why the laundromat was one of the centerpieces in Everything Everywhere All at Once. It just represents a lot of the mundanity of domestic life that, you know, it's a kind of like everyone could use, everyone needs it, but it's not something everyone will look for. It just is part. It doesn't really stand out. It's just something, a cog in the wheel of the town or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, or a travel agency. I'm not sure about that one. Mysteries of the Realm, Continental Accord. An international pact made at the dawn of the present era, in which such matters as the treatment of bearers and establishment of a realm-wide currency were laid out. It formed the basis of much of Alastair society as it stands today, including the branding of bearers and their status as non-persons. It also put in place a universal calendar, marking a symbolic fresh start for mankind, albeit one which put magic users at a crippling disadvantage. The founder. Fear and uncertainty reigned in those early years following the sins of Zemeckis. Again, this Zemeckis. Not wanting to further incur the wrath of the heavens, the few who survived the fall took to wandering the land, spurning magic and staying to the shadows. And so they lived for decades. One man, however, grew tired of this life, if it could be called that, and after bidding his companions farewell, climbed the grassy knoll overlooking a forest of beech and alder. Here, he gathered a pile of rubble and used it to build a humble shelter in which he spent the night. The next morning, however, instead of abandoning his work, as was his people's wont, he gathered more rocks, adding to the structure until the shelter had become a shack. This he continued for days, weeks, until the shack had become a home. I feel like I'm reading the Bible. At first, those few wanderers who passed the knoll would shun him, cursing the man under their breaths for his hubris. But as his estate grew, and one building became two, and two, three, the people began to slow their steps. And it was not long before some took to joining him on that knoll, gathering stones, building new lives, new destinies. This they did without magics or machines, without boon or blessing. They relied on naught but their hands, their backs, their wills, and each other. And slowly house gave way to village, village to town, and town to nation. The man would one day die, as all men do, but those who remained continued his legacy, expanded upon it. And though his name was eventually forgotten, his spirit lives on to this day in the hearts of all Rosarians. Legend of the Founder, Moss the Chronicler. No wonder why I'm guessing this is like the founder of before it became the Duchy of Rosaria. No wonder why it's kind of an inherited lesser prejudice against the bearers. They treated their bearers way better than the other nations. So makes sense coming from this line of history of the founder. You know, learning to do things yourself without relying on magic. That is an important thing to grow up with.
You wish to study the tomes?
Yeah, well, again, I don't know what that is. I'll watch it. Sid the Outlaw. Leader of the faction believed responsible for the shattering of Drake's head in 873. With this single act of infamy, Sid's name quickly spread to the four corners of Alastea and beyond. Victor is a friend of Sid's and later Clive's, who keeps an ever-attentive vigil on the comings and goings in Dalmekia from his hometown of Cosnis. The Fall of the Hideaway. Yep, I will stay away from that. The Fall of the Hideaway. An assault by Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan, and his private guard on the first hideaway of Sid the Outlaw in the year 873. The safe haven, established amongst forgotten ruins long consumed by the Blight, was entirely destroyed and many of Sid's collaborators and the bearers they had freed from servitude were slain. Let's get to know the rest of the place first. They're introducing us to the hideaway.
You are always welcome, Clive.
But I'm glad these two might grow up to be scholars.
Old Tome said the hideaway is built inside an airship. Said it was called the Invincible.
I'm happy for them. Tarja.
Not back a blink and you're already off solving everyone's problems. It looks good, Clive. Goes well with the scowl.
I'd had that brand for so long. I'd forgotten what life was like without it. What it was like to be myself.
I like her costume update.
Thanks to you, Talia.
The scalpel did most of the work.
She's like Liliana
Before
now.
I forget, a rider was here with a letter from Gav. Otto left it on your desk.
Autostolus. All right. I'll have a look.
And then you get some rest.
You know, I think it's also intentional that I noticed some names are pronounced differently by different people.
Gav have thought worthy of a letter.
Which kind of makes sense. Like, I guess realistically, people do pronounce things a bit differently sometimes. So, I noticed some people call Tarja, some people Tarya. So, you know, that's believable. Thank you for the care package, Lichcasts. We're just looking through it, but I love Tarja's. I'm used to Tarja. I'm used to Tarja's update. I like her costume change. Like, why didn't Otto get that? Otto seems to be one of the cornerstones of this place. But I guess, you know, Otto just likes his old clothes. Or I just didn't realize, or I just didn't notice if he changed or not. Alright. That was Tarja.
Once the hall swept, it's over to the Tavern Crown for me.
That, and I also think it's because From Software games and this also draws a lot of from similar medieval European inspiration, so it is bound to happen, the similarities. But yeah, that's also what I said about Jill's outfit. It reminded me of my Elden Ring character's outfit. I really like Jill's outfit also. The reading table. Reports, letters, and other important missives addressed to Clive are delivered to the reading table in his chambers. New messages are always arriving, so make it a point to check the reading desk upon returning to the hideaway. Oh my god, is this like a gacha messenger service? The Republic's play. Oh, he didn't get an eye patch. This is a cool scar. The Republic's play. The Republican army marches in the Empire at Twinside, and the men of the Rock have been summoned to the front. Something big is brewing, I reckon. I'll see you're done to wear upon my return. I'll see you're done to wear upon my return. Gav.
What does Gav have to say?
The Republican army is on the march, leaving Randalar in Hugo Kupka's charge. With him and his men occupied with the defense of the capital, they're less likely to trouble us.
Good news, then.
It's more than that. This is our chance, the one we've been waiting for.
But look how far we've come. All that we have here, our friends, the hideaway, are they not cause for joy?
5 years. 5 long years. If I could only command this power I've been granted, we might have achieved so much more. But each time I reach for it, it's like something is holding me back.
Summoning an icon exacts a price not easily paid.
Your body knows this only too well. It's merely trying to save you from yourself.
And every burden I cannot bear falls to you.
This mission of ours has made me question everything I thought I knew. But one thing has become abundantly clear. The crystals take more than they give. In exchange for momentary comfort, we must endure a lifetime of pain, war after war, loss upon loss. And now they rob us of our very homes, leaving naught but dust and ash. But you're trying to change that. We're trying to change that. And to me, that's no burden.
I know, but...
Try not to forget.
We're only here because Joshua gave us a second chance. It would be a pity to waste such a precious gift.
He did. He was there.
Yeah, Phoenix down.
It wasn't an illusion. I heard him call out to Ultima.
So he did go hermit mode.
If Joshua is still alive, he'll be looking for that thing.
Do you think he will ever come back?
I know he will. And we must be ready when he does.
To a world without mother crystals.
Ah, this music.
To Sid.
Meanwhile, oh, Wanderer Boy got a new outfit as well. Northern Territories.
And so the North is lost.
I knew that the Blight spread ever more swiftly, Your Grace. But this is far, far worse than any could have imagined.
It is only a matter of time before the twins are no more. The world marches ever closer to its end, and here we chase shadows.
God, it's
Tell
like
me, brother, are our efforts in vain?
he's reminding me more and more of Garaha now. Even the way he sounds.
Master Clive, a moment, if you... my apologies, I didn't mean to... intrude.
Not at all. We were just discussing strategy.
Speak freely, Otto.
It's Martha, from the inn. She's gone missing.
No!
Anyway, I'll be in the mess when you've finished.
Very well.
Not Martha. The Gathering Storm.
What would make Martha leave the rest?
Good, they're acknowledging Joshua. Yeah, that's good. It's so we can continue on. And also meanwhile with Joshua, whatever he's up to. They do, but this game's more conservatively dressed. Ah, yeah, I do appreciate that about it. This. Everyone seems to be more or less practically dressed. Relatively to like other games, others, with stuff with a similar genre. Really funny comparing the themes of this game to Bravely Default. Here the crystals are evil and to be demolished. Bravely Default, they must be restored for good to continue. I've not played Bravely Default. I like that Joshua, as the youngest, seems to have been given more visible aging after the 5 years. Yeah, he had his growth spurt. It didn't make that connection, but true for Garaha to, yeah. Looking up his VA last night to make sure. Yeah, different person, yeah. But I was more in terms of his, like, not only, of course, hooded figure, slow reveal, but his place in terms of, shit, I know this shard is ending. I need to find a way to stop it. So he's doing a Garaha, I don't know, timey-wimey stuff, Phoenix shenanigans, and he knows the secret of the world, and he's gonna try to stop the flood of the Blight. Bravely Default is 1 to 3. Crystals are very big in them. Joke about there's 2 types of fantasy stories. One sex you'll find it. I've not played the original Final Fantasies, sadly. But yeah, this whole thing is about breaking away from the Crystals legacy, right? Crystals were good before. Now, people have grown over reliant on them. And at this time, And they have defined our legacy for far too long, says the tagline of the game. You feel Sid knew also? He knew who Ultima was also. Yeah, he did, right? He even had even stabbed him in the face just to prove a point. I need to play a lot more games, Izzy, honestly. I've only played 7 and 8 and a bit of 9. A bit of 9 and 13 and 15. I finished 7 and 8.
If something has happened to Martha,
And 14, I guess.
we need to speak with Otto.
Yeah, I just played the sci-fi ones, exactly. That's why I played a bit of 9. I love the aesthetic there. And then to be here in 16, it is just so refreshing to be like, what is this? There are no motorcycles in sight. There are no guns in sight. People are using swords. They have armor. It's like medieval fantasy. It's like, holy shit. It's so refreshing. Which is why I loved Ishgard so much. I love the Ishgard. I love Heavensward. Heavensward felt so personal to me, not only on a character level, but also everything about it. Aesthetically, the music, the vibe of the Heavensward arc. Four, 6 tactics should be on your list. People have been saying 4 and 6. I was supposed to play 4 before Endwalker, but I didn't get to. There are actually only 2 genres of high fantasy, I quote, from Utility Caster. Once there were more dragons and more magic in this land, but those days have passed. Yep. Perhaps the dragons shall return someday and bring a new era. And 2. How the F do we get rid of these effing dragons? Yep.
I don't know. Perhaps I should just have Blackthorn make me a new one.
Clive, is everything all right?
I was just jumping. Did I accidentally talk to her? This really feels like more of a solid operation now.
What do we know, Otto?
Some lads from the Imperial garrison in Rosaria started a fight over at Martha's Rest. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. The usual. But somewhere in the middle of it all, Martha vanished without a word to anyone. And that ain't like her, Clive. Something's not right.
You think this was planned?
Of course it bloody was. Ever since Eastpool, the Empire's been tightening its grip round the Duchy's balls. They've strung up everyone who's ever set eyes on a runaway, claiming they're traitors to the Holy Throne, conspiring to restore the House of Rosfield to power. And now it sounds like the bastards have turned their attentions to the pallbearers meek enough to stay put. Naturally, old Martha could see the way the wind was blowing, complained that it was getting harder and harder to take bearers in.
And now she's missing. If she's fallen into the hands of the Empire, we could be next.
Couple of curse breakers are already on their way to the inn. They should speed up the search. But if this is as bad as I think it is, you might end up having to save their asses and all.
Don't worry, Otto. I'll make sure everyone gets home safe.
It's not that I don't trust Cole to do his bit, you understand? It's that I don't trust the Empire to show any of us any mercy if we get in their way.
Yep. Pet the Moogle for good luck. Oh, Jill's here.
Martha is a survivor. We'll find her.
Find the curse breakers. Oh, map room's updated.
And how may I assist you today? Allow me to educate you.
Perhaps a review of the situation in the Crystalline Dominion is in order.
Study it well, Clive.
The world at war. That's where we currently are. The Republic of Dhalmekia declares war on the Holy Empire of Sanbreque over its annexation of the Crystalline Dominion and marches its armies to the border. This is Dhalmekia. They've marched their armies to here. Yet, with the blight ever spreading, the Empire is not willing to give up its new Mother Crystal and the blessed lands surrounding it without a fight. This is the site of the battle in the Crystalline Dominion. A once independent state straddling the continents of storm and ash. Its capital, Twinside, is built on the tiny isles of Ark from which its mother crystal, Drake's Tail, rises. After Drake's head was destroyed in 873 by us, the Holy Empire of Sanbreque declared Twinside its new capital in defiance of the long-standing non-aggression treaty. While controversial, the move, carried out by Prince Dion and his Knights Dragoon, proceeded mostly unopposed, largely due to the Dominion's lack of a dominant of its own with which to intimidate the interlopers. A piece of paper was all that's really prevented them from being invaded. This is the Blight, I think. Brings me back to Dragon Age. What's this? Strait of Otha. I really love this though. Grand Cast and Situation Map. Such an awesome feature to explore.
Thus ends today's lesson.
It is also coming from the west.
Any volunteers, just say the word. I dab hand when it comes to the old fisticuffs.
Fisticuffs?
Of course.
What? Side quest? Where? Down there.
With that log, so we
welcome back, Sid.
If they were to remake Final Fantasy, one of the Final Fantasies, just like 16, or much like 16 in the 7 remake, which do you think should be the next one? 6? Yeah, I see a lot of people saying 6 should be the one. Obolus, the boatman. What happened to Charon? Oh yeah, Charon is up there. We have Obolus.
Damn blighted bilge.
Is
Tactics?
Aside from the holes in my hull, everything's roses.
The lake water doesn't agree with it then?
That's one way of putting it. And unless you got some grand scheme to suck the black from the lake like we do in the atrium...
The black?
That slurry will keep eating away at the timber like young Tech does our lemon tarts. Suppose a coat of pitch might stave off the rot for a moon or so. Assuming we had any pitch, which we don't. Not any bloody more. Doubt the old tub's got more than a dozen runs left in him.
I'll get you some. Unless, of course, someone finds you some pitch. I saw... Didn't someone share this quest name? Cock and Ball. That's how you pronounce it, right? Sorry, Cock and Ball. 6 is one that at least has a modern port. Which costs a lot, right? Like a full price. Tactics, I've not... Yeah, I don't know any other way to play Tactics aside from emulation. So it'd be nice if they get Tactics on another platform. Unless they have already. I'm so out of touch. But I can imagine, yeah, tactics with like all the modern bells and whistles. But 6 would be, I think, a huge, yeah. Like tactics, it would still be a turn-based thing with like amazing graphics and everything. Sorry, not turn-based. What do you call it? Is it turn-based strategy? Anyway, tactics will still be tactics, I think. But 6 to become like this, it would be great to experience. It's like 18 for 6 remaster. $18. Tactical RPG. Got my genres mixed up.
Of course, Obolus. Your skiff is our only means of reaching the mainland. Without it, we'd be lost.
Well, I'm glad someone round here sees it that way. To make pitch, you need pitch trees. But in case you haven't noticed, live trees are one of the 1,000 things sorely lacking in the Deadlands. Now, I'm not so unkind as to ask you to fell a faraway forest
oh my God.
and lug the logs back here to the mere, which is why we'll be needing a suitable alternative. And it just so happens I once heard the thorny pitchers of Curltail Falls cover themselves in a sticky wax to trap birds and beetles and whatnot. Might be enough to tide me over.
Sounds easier than felling a faraway forest. That's for certain.
Six would be too similar in places to 16. Okay. Too many parallels with Terra's journey. Not the sole protag. Well, I guess it's all about the execution, right? Since all of the main parts here, I think people in chat have been able to reference another existing FF game. Like for me, I can only draw from FF14, but I guess a lot of sequences so far have been similar to other FFs. All mashed together in high definition.
Never been to Curltail Falls myself. Never seen a curl.
We're finally gonna see a curl.
Not that I want to. I heard they'll tear a man from cock to crown soon as look at him.
What is with...
All we need is some wax from a thorny pitcher. How hard can that be,
Alright, thorny pitchers. Cock and ball. Let's go. Rising waters transformed once fertile farmland into a noisome morass, and rendering it nigh uninhabitable, but leeches and lizards. Die, thorny pitchers!
Easier than felling a forest, I said. Trees don't have teeth.
I forgot about that. You know what? Maybe I should do it first. Whoops. Getting confused.
Can't imagine Obolus needing any more than this. Time to head home.
Well, let's... In case we hit another point where it changes the world state, let's just turn it in. But the quest is also here. Ah, wait, no, it's here. Oh, okay, it's in the same map. What do you have two different waypoints? Yep.
Finish with that log.
Welcome back, Sid.
Thank you. Here we go.
Well, did you find me some wax?
Find is one way of putting it.
Pitcher wax, a sticky substance found in the pitcher of a carnivorous plant which thrives in the Rosarian lowlands. Finally putting it to good use.
Ugh. Reeks like a chocobo's arse. I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
You call it the Argo, huh?
So your boat has a name. I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as me old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
Oh. What are these ingredients, though? Badge of my +1.
Yeah, Sid. How is it I never see you on the ferry? Ah, forget I asked.
Is anyone even aware of our fast travel capability? But it's nice for him to point that out. Like, huh? How do you get to the hideaway? I like how he points that out. Who needs a ferry when you can fast travel?
What happened here?
Come on. We need to find the others.
Oh shit.
I'm sorry, Sid. We were too late. The Imperials have already left.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon. The boys from the garrison might still be nearby.
Founder. I'd rather not bump into them again.
Fucking Imperials. If they hurt Martha, they'll have the whole rest to answer to.
Oh man.
They've killed my bearer. I demand recompense.
Oi, look sharp!
Hey? What?
Good to see you, Sid. The soldiers who did this are long gone, I'm afraid. We're doing what we can to treat the wounded.
This is her mother again. Does not look restful at all anymore, indeed. Yeah, we never got to see Mother in the capital since she moved to the Crystalline Dominion. Anyone up there?
What was all the screaming and shouting, Mummy?
I told you to stay inside.
How's the crystal doing? Still working. What awaits us within?
Let's get you to a physical, shall we?
I'm sorry. Oh, I think I twisted something.
Sid? What said you'd be coming?
I trust you don't mind. Also thought you might need some help. And it appears he was right.
You, could say that, yes. They're saying the Imperials ascended like a storm. No one was spared their fury. Martha tried to step in and calm things down, but all our efforts got her were a pair of iron shackles and a hard march.
Any idea where?
Judging by their tracks, they headed towards Sorrowwise Bay.
To the Abbey, sheltering Martha's bearers.
Uh-oh.
The bastards. Jill and I will go after them. You take care of the people here.
We will. But, before you go, one of the locals heard something. He said the soldiers were talking about a culling. I don't know how big this is, but it doesn't sound good. Be careful out there, Sid.
You do the same.
This culling business. You don't think the Empire means to rid the land of bearers, do you?
What in the world is going on?
Lads from the garrison all poured in, sword swinging, and took Martha away with them.
Cole is right. That was no tavern brawl. It was a message.
But a culling. Bearers are the property of the Empire. The garrison wouldn't have the authority to act alone. The orders would have had to have come from higher up.
No message for the owl?
Hold still. You're making it worse.
Okay, we're gonna have to hoof it.
Anything catch your eye?
Hey, this Orchestrion scroll is 20,000.
Much obliged.
Wait, all the Orchestrion scrolls we couldn't buy before the point of no return, are they locked to us forever?
Very well.
And they called themselves our countrymen.
Oh hey, they cleared it.
If those Orsons touch an hair on Martha's head, I'll kill them all myself.
Let's hope she's okay.
Up ahead.
Wait.
Martha, are you hurt?
Don't worry about me. It's them at the Abbey who need you. You have to do something.
Tell us what happened.
What happened? The damn Black Shields, that's what happened.
The Black Shields?
The bastards caught wind. The Abbot and I were helping bearers. They were gonna hang us both. When the sick rose from their beds.
Whoa.
Poor souls turned on the Imperials. Distracted them long enough for me to get away.
Then they may still be alive. Martha, do you think you can make it back to the inn? Cole is there with the other curse breakers.
I think so. Thank you, Clive.
Wait, they rose from the dead?
Black Shield. joke. There has only ever been one Order
Beds.
of Shield in Rosaria, and they fought to defend all her citizens.
Seems a step too far, even for the Empire.
But weren't they like, Yeah, last life to save her, turned to stone. But why the culling? They can't afford to feed people anymore, so they genocide some regions. Maybe. Well, let's go ahead and ask these black shields ourselves.
Company. Are we too late?
There might still be someone inside.
Uh-oh, music stopped. Like they were gonna die already. What is going on?
Damn it.
I thought you lot were all spent.
Murderers. They drove the bearers to this.
Wait. These two aren't turned.
That bitch of an innkeeper must have sent them. Colluding with the enemies of the Empire is a serious offense.
And for their crimes shall they be punished. Such is the law.
So these are the black shields.
Dwell in darkness that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these our swords we swear.
How dare you speak those words? Have you no honor?
Clive.
This won't take long.
Hmm, 25 already.
Is that all of them?
I think so. I didn't see the abbot. He may still be alive. The abbot.
The bearers died protecting him, calling upon what little magic they had left in their bodies.
Clive. He's breathing.
We're friends of Martha. We're here to help.
Are the Imperials dead?
They are. Every last one.
If only that were true. The Black Shields will return. The cullings will continue. Rosaria will never be saved unless we save her. Tell Mother to beg Sid's aid and tell her this wasn't her fault.
I shall.
Sid, where are you? Sid!
In here! We found a survivor!
Clive. He's gone.
Still wondering what the motive is. Because they don't drain from the Mother Crystal, do they?
We've laid the abbot to rest. But the bearers... they didn't need to die like this.
Seeds of rebellion? These people were dying.
No, they didn't. But it was their choice. They knew the fate that awaited them and chose to meet it on their terms, fighting for those who fought for them.
Martha said they rose from their beds, threw themselves at the Imperials so she and the abbot could escape.
I've gathered the bearers' remains. We should consign them to the tide.
There's a drawbridge not far from here. Radix jump. The currents there are swift.
Another form of
If the abbot
burial.
was still with us, he'd have taken the dust there himself and performed the casting. I'll get someone to...
I'll do it.
Of course. Cole and I will remain here and see to the Imperials.
Yeah, aside from just, you know, utter cruelty, I'm figuring out... Well, we'll find out soon enough, right? Mortal remains. This reminds me of something. When one finally succumbs to the crystal's curse, the last remaining ether held within one's body is finally released, causing the lithified flesh to crumble and create the dust, synonymous with the bearer's passing.
The fork to the drawbridge is back the way we came. It's where the abbot would have gone himself, had he not.
It's like, okay, they were able to secure a new Mother Crystal. The ones in power know that it is... The truth is that it's draining, it's a limited resource. The bearers can cast without using crystals. So, are they afraid of bearers now? Because once the crystals are spent, the bearers can rise up because they can cast magic while the others can't.
The Imperials of old would never have stooped so low as to defile a house of Greeka, nor slaughter a man of faith in cold blood. May their goddess have mercy on their souls.
Because we already know how much they rely upon bearers for everything in life. Interesting. Redux jump. Hey, it's what do you call that? Oh, Void Scent. Ahriman rank C. Oh, it's a hunt. Notorious. It's a mark. We're gonna go on a hunt train. Notorious marks. Every now and then, Clive may encounter creatures larger, faster, and more ferocious than most. While flight is always an option, defeating these notorious marks can earn him not only renown, but also rare materials that they may be used to craft new gear or upgrade existing items. I have an idea now. I think I know what the Moogle's board is about. I think the Moogle's setting up a hunt board, and we're gonna earn Kupo nuts to exchange for Moogle items.
Do you think it's spotted us, tall boy? What am I saying? Of course it has. It's a floating eyeball.
Whoa. Alright. It's like give us randomly the same Satan. Yeah, that's the thing. That's something straight out of Final Fantasy 14. So these are hunt marks. They're basically like elite mobs in the field. And they're uniquely named. This one was Ahriman.
You didn't see that coming.
So now we're gonna get rewards from the Moogle, I guess. So in Final Fantasy 14, communities come together to hunt down these targets. They call them hunt trains, and they go to these unique mobs which have a spawn. They spawn on a schedule, and then the train. They already mapped out efficient paths of the hunt, and it's just, you know, you start flowing with Kupo nuts for all your rewards. That's the name FF gave to the eyeball with wing monster. Okay. So that's an Ahriman, but not a uniquely named mob.
That must be the bridge.
What is that? What is the wiki entry on Ahriman? Oh, destructive evil spirit. Okay. From Iran. Well, FF draws a lot of names from different cultures. So it's no surprise that Ahriman is from somewhere as well. Just like Shiva, Ifrit, Scatter remains. So this is what's done to bearers spent.
So shall the waters cleanse thee of thy burden, and bear it out to sea.
Damn, cause bearer.
And now they are truly free.
Only in death. Sad.
What of the Imperials?
A pyre was made. It's more than they deserve. We should go back. Cole is worried about Martha.
All right.
Basically, eyeball named Satan. Well, it's dead now.
We've been speaking with the Blood Axes about how best to protect the village. We won't let this happen again.
We're best off staying where we are for now, I reckon. The boys from the garrison will still be near.
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our ministrations.
They've killed my bearer. I demand recompense.
Oi, look sharp! Hey, I'm glad Martha's safe. Both for her sake and the town's. This place wouldn't be the same without her.
It's so dangerous now to stay here. What's their angle? I need to know. I guess the Black Shield's answer to our mother. Let's find out.
Arthur's a stout soul, all right. Anyone else would be out cold after what she's been through.
It's not fair, Sid. Death shouldn't be the only choice. The only way to be free of all this.
No one survived then?
I'm sorry. Before he passed, one of them bade me tell you not to blame yourself.
Doesn't mean I won't. Doesn't mean their blood's not on my hands. Cole said you cast their remains. That was good of you. But it should have been me. This was all my fault.
How? You couldn't have known.
But I did. And I turned a deaf ear to the warnings like the fool I am. The rumors started moons ago. Of black-clad devils descending on villages in the dead of night to slit the throats of sleeping bearers. But I assumed it was all just nonsense concocted by the Empire. Nothing but a ghost story meant to make folk think twice about lending a hand to a fugitive bearer.
And in ordinary times you would have been right. What these Black Shields are doing is unthinkable. Which begs the question.
Yes,
why
please
do it all?
answer that.
My mother obviously has a hand in this. I cannot make sense of her actions.
And picking what goes on in that woman's head is a job for someone with more time on their hands. Right now, I need swords and men to wield them, preferably big ones. If those Imperials think they can come in here again and threaten my people, they're in for a rude awakening.
Maybe your mother's just a
before I forget,
bitch. Simple as
Stolas
that.
from Otto landed just before you arrived. He asked me to tell you that Gav has returned.
Then we must as well. Will you be all right here, Martha?
We can stay longer if you wish.
No need. I'll be ready should the Imperials come calling. Though I wouldn't turn my nose up if you were to lend me a pair of them strapping young curse breakers.
She probably doesn't even need a reason besides just on a whim. Maybe that's what's so terrible about it. Like if you really ask her, why did they do this? Yeah, I just hate them.
Those poor souls died to give me a chance to save others. I won't let their sacrifice be in vain. What in the world is going on?
If you don't mind, Sid, I'd like to stay here with Martha. Just until she finds someone to guard the rest, that is.
Arthur's a stout soul, all right. Anyone else will be out cold.
Oh, man. Y'all gonna be okay here?
We'll return to the hideaway as soon as we've finished our ministration.
Hey, there's a plus sign. What's that?
Thanks for heeding the call. If only we got here sooner. We'll do what we can to help the injured, though.
I see it with a chocobo.
Try not to move. You'll only make it worse. I know. It's Martha who needs your attention, not me.
Who you?
Oi! You there! Well, don't just pass me by!
Yeah, no problem. You got a large plus sign on your head.
You handy with that sword of yours? Course you are. Bet you're a bloody marvel with the thing. Now, question is, are you willing to use it or not? 'Cause a flock of noble chocobos are in need of help.
Chocobos?
You heard me right. Wild birds? Hmm? The big ones? And not just any chocobos at that. Whiteheart and her flock are the bravest birds you ever did see. They protect travellers round these parts from bandits and the like.
What?
Chocobos. Fighting bandits.
It's true. Why, they saved me from a gang of footpads only yesterday. Nasty lot they were too. And now they're back, looking to settle the score.
Oh my god, it's chocobos versus bandits.
Go on, then. Don't just stand there. Go and help them.
It's a named bird. It must be yours. I hope so. Or, well, at least it can join our party. Go and help the flock of chocobos. All right. White-winged wonder. I wonder if this is our white chocobo who, just like one of the wolves in Game of Thrones, after they were freed, quote unquote, they started their own pack and started doing their own thing. All right. Maybe this is a reunion with Ambrosia.
Good lad.
Where can I find these chocobos?
I saw him cut across the way over yonder. The rotten scoundrels were driving the poor things towards the old dock. It's a dead end, that is. You save Whiteheart and her flock, you hear me? There ain't a pluckier bird in all the world.
Oh my god.
She's a hero to us locals. And don't worry, you'll know her when you see her right enough.
I'm sure I will.
And good luck to you.
Thank you for the hydrate.
And give those no-good bastards a hiding from me.
That line was also on my mind. Whiteheart, let us show them the meaning of haste.
Whiteheart is the pride of Rosaria. You mustn't let those bastards lay a finger on that noble bird.
I really hope it's Ambrosia.
Make sure they're all right.
It makes sense because we're still in the same region as... It's not too far from the duchy. I mean, it's not too far from the castle.
Whiteheart. That's quite a name for a chocobo.
Past the duchy on the left-hand side? Wait, am I not getting something? Whiteheart's too good a name. It'll be its own bird. Maybe. Hey, I just want the item, antelopes. Don't attack me. Thank you. Oh. Item! Item! How am I? Oh, frack. It's all over there. Whiteheart?
A white feather. I thought Ambrosia was one of a kind.
Could it be Ambrosia?
Brave birds.
Hey, maybe it's Ambrosia's kid. I don't know.
Looks like they went that way.
White chocobo pinion. Oh, the phoenix feather, which we got from Joshua. A brilliant red feather discovered by Clive on his person upon waking from his battle with Typhon. But know this. If you want him, you'll have to go through me. That is so badass. Very Arwen moment. The Oath. A reminder for promise made, friendship forged, legacy inherited. You could have just said, aye, Gav. Yeah, it's the stabbing of the map and the crystal. But I just love how... Phoenix down! So Joshua did... You did say like, oh, it's too bad Joshua didn't come in time for Sid. Sad, but... He was there for us and he literally gave us Phoenix downs. It's like, yo, I gotta be cool. Let me just leave an item with you. I gotta deal with this. I gotta deal with Ultima. Forgot I was supposed to check this. A pristine plume, possibly plucked from the plump posterior of a bandit bucking bow known to the provincials as White Heart. Now I'm curious about what is the lifespan of a chocobo. Because it's been 18 years. So maybe this is just a descendant of Ambrosia's flock. Torgal is still alive. What's the lifespan of a wolf?
These chocobos aren't going down without a fight.
Where's the item? This way. Oh no, it's a carabao. Let's try to see if we can avoid it. I'll only kill it if it attacks us. Hey, wait. Codex entry, though. Okay, don't think. Just kill.
This won't be easy.
Oh! Oh! There, happy now. I hope we got a codex entry for that. Do it for the codex entry. Alright, let's see this white chocobo in action. White Heart.
They're in trouble.
Okay, it's not Ambrosia. Let's go, chocobos.
We got you cornered, Feathers. You didn't think you'd seen the last of us, did you? You've been bad for business. But I reckon someone will pay good coin to mount your head on their wall.
Not around here, they won't.
Oh. And why's that, eh?
Because she's something of a hero in these parts. You hurt her, and I hurt you.
Torgal feels like a weird magical wolf. Yeah, Torgal wasn't affected by the flood as well.
How about we hurt you both?
Alright then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Poachers! Oh, more of them, huh? Why do I keep missing that? Whoops. There we go. Do we get a chocobo now? This is a unique quest with the plus sign on it. What? But you are a hero around these parts. I can't take you away from this place.
White Hart, I presume.
Aw. We know each other.
You know her, boy.
Hey, the eye. Ambrosia.
That scar.
It is Ambrosia.
It couldn't be.
Oh, it is. You grew up to be a hero around these parts.
Ambrosia.
Wait. Oh, we're all together now.
You survived.
But you have your own flock to take care of.
Oi! Is it over? I thought I'd come and see how you were getting on. Oh, well, you sorted the bastards then. I knew you would. And the whole flock made it through unscathed.
Thankfully, they did. And not only that.
Damn, Ambrosia's old. The emote. This talk emote.
I never stopped to think our hero here might once have been someone's mount. Though I dare say she'd suit a fine fellow like yourself. Reckon our feathered friend must have learned a thing or two from her master. Kind-hearted warrior that you are. Bird like her would have cost a princely sum. You born a lord or something?
Well,
Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Don't matter who you are. You done right by me.
What is it, girl?
She wants her master back, I reckon.
Oh, okay. But your flock.
Told you. And it seems her pals agree.
Is that it? You want to come with me?
Well, bugger me if this ain't a heartwarming.
Yeah, they voted.
The lads down the stables will be hearing about this tonight.
Oh, I'm glad Ambrosia's alive.
Stay right where you are.
Man, she raised the flock of bandit hunters. Awesome. Do we get to change our chocobo barding? Damn, look at that badass eye patch on Ambrosia. This chocobo's been through hell, literally.
Doesn't she cut an handsome figure, eh?
She does indeed. How much do I owe you?
A few scraps of leather's the very least I owe old White Hart. Oh, I'll be sad to see her go, of course. But she's earned her right to happiness and more besides. Don't you worry. We'll get along just fine without her. You hear that, Whiteheart? You've earned yourself some time off. You have fun traveling with your master now. You seem awful familiar now I get a proper look at you. That's it. When those chocobos swarmed my car on the road, didn't you?
Oh.
No. No, that can't be right. That fellow was a bear.
Must have been my double.
Oh, must have been.
He became a chocobo lover after that.
Excitement getting to me, silly sod that I am. Pay me no mind. Anyhow, best be on my way. Good luck to the both of you.
Happy ending? Like Chocobo was Bane before, and then now... Oh. He was like trying to get rich off Gisal greens.
I'll call you when I need you.
Wow, that is totally optional. People can actually miss Ambrosia. A bespoke saddle and blinders worn by Clive's childhood chocobo, Ambrosia. Kwe. Coat, Ambrosia. Profound. Chocobo unlocked. Finally, mount up. After 18 long years, Clive has finally been reunited with his faithful steed. How long do chocobos live for? Hold R3 while in the field to summon Ambrosia and X to mount the chocobo. Love it. We have a chocobo. I feel complete now. Ambrosia! Let us ride! Oh my god, there's some mount music. Okay, no. It's only when you mount on it. Like, I thought I would have had to turn off mount music. Like, I love the Chocobo mount theme, but at some point I had to turn it off because I was getting tired of it. And it was drowning out the ambiance of each location. So it's only for when you mount it. What about Jill? Oh, the flock! The flock gives Jill one! Our party members get to ride as a flock! I thought they wouldn't even give her one because she's received so little character development, they couldn't even give her a chocobo. It's okay, Torgal will... Torgal riding on a chocobo, right? That'll be fun. It's okay, Torgal can run alongside us. Rein in. Gallop. Dismount. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, cool. Does it auto-follow the path? No. You can't catch me. I'm on a chocobo now.
Right.
Holy shit, water's our weakness. Goodbye, I'm teleporting out. No more side quests? So, lesson learned, yes. You should really do side quests, or you will miss Ambrosia. Jeez. Wait, sorry, not Martha's Rest. Obvious hideaway.
Where's Gav?
Gav should be back by now.
Lucan Larkstongue.
On autumn's breath, ill tidings born, an erstwhile home in twain are torn. Now in his path fell shades abide, Pray let them not in pieces destroy.
Nice.
But none of the curse breakers have returned.
They'll be fine. Sid wouldn't be here if they weren't.
That's Avis, Shrinking Violet, and Lillian, Sympathetic Violet. Yeah!
Clive! How I've missed that scowl.
Where's my report?
What, no kind words for your old pal Gav?
If it's kind words you're after, you're fishing in the wrong barrel. Now sit down, you fool.
God, they even almost forgot Jill.
So, you remember how quick the Empire was to occupy the Dominion after the fall of Drake's head? And how pissed off all the other nations were that they didn't think to do it first?
Half a century of independence gone at the whim of a madman. So much for their bloody treaty.
Clearly, the promise of unblighted land and the world's supply of crystals was too much for his radiance to resist. And now the Republic's finally decided to follow suit, using liberation as an excuse to declare war on Sambrek. Lined up right outside the Dominion's gates as we speak, looking to starve the Imperials into submission.
And now all eyes are on the Strait of Author.
While the two nations beat their shields, the rest sharpen their daggers, ready to set upon the war-weary victor. They'll never see us coming. It's time we moved on the Mother Crystals. Four Mother Crystals remain in Storm and Ash. Drake's Breath near Ironhome. Drake's Fang in Dhalmekia. Drake's Spine in Waloed. And
Got a lot of
Drake's
game
Tail
left.
here in the Crystalline Dominion.
With the bulk of the Republican army marching to Twinside, Drake's Fang will be left exposed.
That is exactly the move Kupka would anticipate. And if there is anything these past 5 years have taught us, is that he loves his traps. There is one place, however, where nobody will be expecting us to go.
Waloed?
Drake's Breath.
No.
There's a shitload of sea between us and it, and I've never been much of a swimmer.
I have an acquaintance in Port Isolde who may be able to help.
Oh, Iron
Who's that
Kingdom.
then?
My uncle, Byron Rossfield.
Lord Byron Rossfield of the Seven High Houses, the trade magnate with holdings in over 100 cities. Wait, Rossfield. And you're a Rossfield, of course.
My uncle's name gave him his start in the world, but it was his acumen which earned him his fortune, along with a handsome fleet of ships.
Well, it's settled then.
Yeah, 5 years later.
What are we waiting for? Eh? Huh?
So we have an uncle. I wonder if the uncle's a good man. Yeah, we need our uncle for the monies. The strategist came out of nowhere. I don't know if that was... like, if there's supposed to be a quest for her, or they just decided to skip it. Otto's counter is now open. The following hideaways facilities are now available: Alliant Reports, the Patron's Whisper, and the Hunt Board. All three are located near Otto in the mess. Yeah, Uncle's on our father's side. And the way Clive talked about them, I don't think they're on bad terms.
What are we waiting for, indeed?
Welcome back, Sid.
Let's order a drink. I'm still not sure what it's supposed to do. I could buy a round for the hall, but not until we can celebrate something.
The usual then.
She has every reason to join the anti-empire group. True. And it's just sad that our only backstory for her is that, well, her fellow scholars didn't like her and they tried to kill her.
Don't be a stranger, Sid.
Those men didn't hurt Martha, did they?
You think it's alright to touch him?
Don't know.
What?
You go first.
Oh. It's okay, pet the doggo. Torgal needs all the pets. How do I go down there? Over here. The backyard.
How much water can a flower drink?
About as much as a bothersome boy.
Oh, nice. Our gardens are here. The foundations of Valisthean botany. Morbol tendrils. After excising from the trunk, dry for 3 to 5 turns of the sun until brittle to the touch. Grind in mortar and add to warm curl milk to remedy gout, melancholy, and moon sickness. Caution recommended when harvesting, as the host may grow disquieted. That is so risky. Experimental record. Bahumil, head botanist. Did he make it out alive? Mixed equal parts first-rate vineyard humus from Galton's bales with deadland soil. Of the 6 cuttings planted therein, 2 survived to flower, only to wither and die within a sennight. Sennight? Never heard that. Even amalgamated with the finest imperial loam, the blighted earth is still affecting a nutritional deficiency. It might be remedied with some further source of nourishment. Saltpeter or potash or the dung of a racing chocobo. This shall be the subject of my next round of experiments. I think he's still alive. What about the botanist who owes us apples?
It's the water.
Vera the botanist. Discovering the magic of water. It is not a crystal. It is water. Water makes plants grow. Well, at least we're learning it. Look, no crystals in sight. We're making a garden.
Won't be long now, Martel. They'll try your apple soon enough.
Oh, I named it Martel. Oh, they named the tree Martel because I think Martel was the one who got stabbed in the cutscene. So I don't think Martel made it. And Martel was the girl we saved, right?
This tun here pulls the black from the lake water and renders it clear. You'll have to ask Mid if you want to know how it works, though.
Science!
This tun here pulls the
Ton?
black from the lake water and renders it clear.
Filters!
You'll have to ask Mid if you want to know how it works, though.
Nice. Cormac, the botanist.
Sid, I was hoping to speak to you.
Is everything all right?
Oh, yeah, it's just, well, as you know, we've been trying to grow fruit down here.
It's good to know that something of the old hideaway still lives on.
Martel's pride and joy. It was a sapling when she rescued it from the rubble, but look at it now. All our hard work's finally paying off. I took it on, you see, after she...
Oh man, yeah, she didn't make
she
it.
died, and now the fruit's finally ready to eat. And not only is it ready, it's actually tasty. Sweet as you like, in fact. She bred the bitter right out of it.
Impressive. And welcome news to more than a few, I'd say.
I thought this first harvest could go to the curse breakers, on account of all they do for the hideaway. You couldn't take them some, could you? Seems better them coming from you.
That's me. Valisthea's best waiter. Take the fruit to the curse breakers? Why not? I'm sure they'll be pleased.
It'll
Be nice
Also for
being the bearer
Martel.
of good news for a change.
Thank you. She always had a soft spot for that lot, see? And once they've had their share, I'll see to it that everyone else gets some. Here you go. Martel apples, they're called.
Aw.
In honor of her memory.
So if we didn't do the Martel quest, maybe we wouldn't get
Hear
this.
that, Martel? Today's finally the day.
'Cause she would have died. She would have been eaten by wolves if we didn't do the side quest. So I like that. I'd like to think that we have this quest because we did the other quest.
Martel would have wanted the curse breakers to be the first to try her apples.
So
Sorry to put you to the trouble, Sid. But thanks.
more investment in this community.
Did you come through the forge today? It smells like a still. It would explain Blackthorn's foul mood. All that pounding must be splitting his skull.
It's over there. Hey, welcome back, Zen. Thank you for the care package. Oh, look at our amateur Twitcher. He's finally watching a bird. Not a rat, a bird. It is a chicken.
Chocobo, chocobo, why can't you fly? What good are your wings if you can't reach the sky? Flap harder, says bluebird, flap harder, says crow. Flap harder or into the oven you go!
Oh my god. The rat became a rat. If it became a pigeon. Yeah, learn what ovens are. Now they know. Thanks for that, Zen. I wonder about this boy.
Think it's alright to touch him?
No. You go first.
If you're worried about our supplies, we've plenty. Karen's seen to that. Though we're always one missed shipment away from disaster.
Yep.
That broom's as ragged as goat's locks.
Martel apples. A basket of Martel apples grown and picked by Cormac for sample by hideaway residents.
You two look like you could use something to eat. Here. Courtesy of Martel.
Martel. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Weren't she the girl from the Furrows?
Course she was. An odd sort, that one. Loved plants more than people.
Aye, and brave as a bane might. Remember when she ran back into the hideaway to collect them trees when Titan attacked? Wait,
These aren't those apples, are they? Well, I'll be. She'd have been proud, and rightly so. Thank you, Sid.
Aww. It's all because we saved her.
So lucky, though. Them old apples were enough to curdle your guts. But these beauties are as sweet as you like.
I'll have to pay the boys down in the backyard a visit to tell them thanks.
They finally did it. Martel, your apple dreams are realized.
Without a ship to carry it there, Drake's breath might as well be on the moon.
Oh, we have another.
Sound like anywhere is safe. Not that I'm planning a journey.
Quarantine.
A gift from the backyard. For your service.
Blimey, these take me back. I haven't seen a hideaway apple since. Old Sid was the only one who could stomach the things. He'd nab them right from the branch, made Martel livid. Not that anyone could stay mad at the man for long.
That sounds like the Sid I knew, all right.
Planning on keeping that lot to yourselves, were you? Hang on. These aren't Martels, are they? I'm glad to see someone carried on what she started. Can't have been easy, not in the Deadlands. Reckon she'd be happy knowing all her hard work didn't go to waste. Clive, tell the lad down in the backyard to run some over for me, will you?
Not so much as a thank you. Well, I've got some manners at least. Thanks, Sid. You can leave the basket with me. I'll see that the others get their share. Oh, and give our compliments to the gardener, won't you?
That was the last of the apples. I should head to the backyard and pass along everyone's regards.
Can't remember the last time I had fresh fruit. Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
What are you?
Oh, Clive. Welcome to the Patron's Whisper.
The Patron's Whisper? Does that mean someone else is taking care of our friend's donations?
Oh, no. That's still me. It's just Karen has her toll, Blackthorn has his hammer. I thought a new name might liven things up. I still catalogue every item that arrives, in addition to setting aside those tokens of appreciation the sender has specified are to be presented to you personally. Would you like to see if we have any?
Okay. Ask about the Diary.
Business is busy.
On top of my regular duties here at the Whisper, Otto has piled countless other tasks, from transcribing and sorting Stola's reports to penning needful missives. Not that I'm complaining, mind. I enjoy writing. I have ever since I done my letters from Jara back at the old hideaway. I won't claim to have been his best student, though. That honor goes to Shirley.
Still.
I like to think Jara would be proud of me, too. Were he with us today? I think I do remember him teaching some people how to read and write. Ask about the past 5 years.
Words are immortal.
They live on in others. And if the words are your own, so too will you. Do you know who told me that? It was Jara. In a lost lesson before Titan came. It stayed with me ever since his passing, and inspired me to become what I am today. I imagine we survivors all have a story like that. Of someone who remains with us, even though they're gone. Listen to the Patron's Whisper.
Is everything we've received and everything promised?
The Patron's Whisper. Completing side quests will earn Clive renown, inspiring nameless benefactors from across the Twins to donate money or items to Clive's cause. Visit the Diary at the Patron's Whisper in the Hideaway's mess to view current renown level and accept any donations available. Don't mind if I do. Talk of the Tea House. Your merry band of outlaws and its dashing deeds of daring do were all the talk amongst the ladies of the court. We have gathered together several items of worth that you might continue your gallantry. From a heart-struck dowager. Okay.
You earned this.
Respect. Our order is one built on pride, but that does not mean we are too proud to give thanks where thanks is due. We may have failed Martha once, but never again. From the Blood Axis.
Here you are.
Expand renown to unlock. Sweet. So even more incentive to do side quests.
Best of luck out there, Sid.
How are you doing?
Ask about Goat.
Oh, same old.
In it. Uh-oh's gotten me reading through the reports coming in from our allies and picking out what problems need dealing with now. And what can be saved for later. It was still early days back to the old place, so I could just about handle the job myself. State of the world now, though. I need Dee's help to sift through it all. And that's just the sifting. Actually solving any of these problems is a whole other headache. The curse breakers take the urgent stuff, but we're still stuck waiting for volunteers to handle the rest. So Clive takes the non-urgent ones.
So,
If you ever find yourself at a loose end, well, you know where to find me. Ask about the past 5 years. So much has happened since that night. Feels like a lifetime ago. But we'll never forget those who didn't make it. Kenneth, the fat chocobo cook. Martel, the botanist. They're still with us in our hearts.
And Sid?
When I found out he was gone, I thought that was it for us.
But he's still with us too.
With us, and in you. You took his name, and gave us hope when he had none. So, I suppose that what I'm trying to say is... Don't be a stranger, eh? A hideaway ain't nothing without its Sid. Nice.
anything catch your eye?
No side quests?
Seen enough?
You, give me coconuts. Nectar. Clive! There you are, Kupo. I've been looking all over for you.
What's the matter, Nectar?
The matter is this, Kupo.
The hunt board.
No!
It's where the curse breakers post sightings of particularly fearsome beasts. Those that might pose a threat to our operations if they were left to roam free. Just because they can't be dealt with when they're spotted, doesn't mean they can't be dealt with later. Was that what you wanted to know?
Of course not, Kupo! I knew all that already. And that's why I need your help. As I need to not remind you, Kupo, I'm the mightiest of all the Mughals. No fiend of the forest of Ghoul, the green sword can measure up to Nectar of the Bold, Kupo. He stalks so fast. So I need to slay them all, Kupo.
Right. Well, leaving your mightiness aside for the moment, the people of Alastia are going through a lot already. What with the Blight and the war. The last thing they need is ungodly fiends terrorizing them on top of everything else. So if the curse breakers are too busy to help, then perhaps I can. Or at least I can try.
Oh, thank you, Kupo. It's so good to have found someone who understands me, Kupo. I'll stay here then and keep an eye on the billets and get posted on the board. So if there's anything you need to know, Kupo, I'm your Mughal. Oh, you talk so fast. Ask about hunts. Did you see that the curse breakers give every billet a rank of riskiness, Kupo? From this thing could kill you with a single swipe to a 7-nation army could then scratch this thing's skin. But I'm sure you'll be fine, Kupo. Well, not sure, but that's one risk I'm willing to take. Where did he even come from, Nectar? Ask about the hunt board. It's precisely what you see before you, Kupo. The curse breakers note down the details of any particularly dangerous monsters they hear about or encounter in the course of their duties, Kupo. And post the billets here, Kupo, so that any stout soul who wishes to do the realm a service might set out to slaughter an ungodly horror or two, which is where you come in, Kupo. As for me, I have the most important duty of all. Painting a big red cross over each and every one you cut down, Kupo, so that everyone can sleep at night knowing that the realm is a safer place. Oh god. Ask about Nectar's adventures. Did I ever tell you about the time I visited the Great Continent, Kupo?
I don't think so.
Of course I didn't, because I've never been, Kupo. Oh. Look at these wings. Literally look at the sort that might carry a Mughal across countless leagues of open sea. So there's more land out there, obviously. They called me Nectar the Bold, not Nectar the Stupid, Kupo. The curse breakers don't just tack up any old rumors to this board, you know? They take great pains to verify every little detail, Kupo. So don't you go letting all their hard work go to waste, Kupo. Don't you let me, them, down. Since no one can see, since no one can see Nectar, like the X's just appear and they just assume that someone else did it. Did you see that all the billets are marked with a location, Kupo? That's where the horrible horror in question was seen. But you can't be expected to memorize every last place name in the whole wide realm. You're only human, Kupo. So if the place name doesn't tingle your pom-pom, Kupo, try reading the witness's statement. Sometimes there are other details in them that might help you track the nasties down and finish them off. Oh no, they don't give us a convenient quest marker. We have to deduce the location ourselves. Well, hunt board, right? Let's view the hunt board. It has been a while. Reports of fiends terrorizing the countryside are posted to the hunt board in hopes that fearless heroes, such as Clive, will take it upon themselves to hunt down and slay the notorious marks. We hunted down this Araman. A member of the Blood Axis station at Martha's Rest reported that he had been set upon in the marshes by an otherworldly horror with a single, staring eye. It flew at him on bony bat's wings, scratching at him with claws black as night and sharp as razors. Naturally, he fled in terror. But if a battle-hardened blood axe cannot cope with the mere sight of such a creature, what hope do the rest of us have? Who is writing the entries, I wonder? Oh, right, he said the other curse breakers. It's all Nectar's voice in my head. The Angel of Death. Whoa. A trader coming by the way of Caer Norvent met with a troop of Cursebreakers traveling in the opposite direction and warned them of a wicked, winged harpy in the road ahead, his eyes wild and flickering. Though the Cursebreakers saw nothing untoward on their own journey through their pass, the sound of cackling laughter from the trees ensured that they kept up a brisk pace. This is in Clairview, Sunbreck. And we have Belphegor. Reports have been received of a wild avis of striking size making its nest atop the hill adjacent to Eastpool. Though all efforts are being made not to rouse the beast's ire, it is surely but a matter of time before it needs to be feed. I hereby petition any brave volunteers to march to the northern border that we might cut the fiend down before it makes trenchers of the nearby villages. Location is the Broken Hilt in Rosaria. They really don't give us a marker, huh? So Clairview, Sunbreck, and the Broken Hilt, Rosaria. Hello. Leave. Come on, you don't want to give me coupon-nuts? What do I get? Aside from, like, money and XP.
Without a ship to carry you there, Drake's breath. Might as well be on the move.
And how may I assist you today?
They don't give you quest markers because they gave you a chocobo. No, we have to search for it ourselves.
What is it that you wish to learn? Study it well, Clive.
We are now at the Siege of the Strait. The Dalmec siege of the Crystalline Dominion reaches an impasse, with the Republican and Imperial forces holding their ground on opposite sides of the strait. With all the eyes of the twins fixed on the Dominion, the time is ripe for other actors to make their move. So the whole plan is we are going to go to the Iron Kingdoms. Over here. While they fight over here. They're fighting on too many fronts. The Empire is fighting... Well, they're moving from Rosalith. The Black Shields are doing their culling. I love this map. So they're currently active here, the Black Shields, behind enemy lines. Clive, we are off from the hideaway to Port Isolde. See, like the movement of the pieces. It feels like we're moving the pieces on the map and then getting an idea of it. It's so cool. It even details it. Like, who are the forces? You have the Men of the Fist and the Imperial Army. I'm gonna probably peruse this, probably end of stream. I'll just read everything and all the codex entries and all the battle maps. Look at this, the entire timeline since the beginning of the game. So awesome. Clive and his outlaw allies plot to take advantage of the distraction provided by the war unfolding in the east by turning their own attentions west for Dristanus and Drake's Breath. But first, they will need to secure a ship from Clive's uncle Byron in Port Isolde. Now, yeah, Empire territory, I'm curious to see. Let's meet her uncle and see how he's been doing under Imperial occupation.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Once you're near, it'll announce itself like Ahriman.
Apples were enough to curdle your gut. But
I hope so.
These are as sweet as you like.
I'll have to pay the boys down in the backyard of this.
Backyards.
That broom's as ragged as ghost locks.
I hear there's trouble in Rosaria.
Melusa the seamstress. He's so happy, this child. So happy. Watching his birds. No! He's thinking of cooking them. Yeah, singing his song about a chocobos.
The Cursebreakers sent their thanks. And their compliments. They were clearly very fond of Martel.
They remembered her. After all these years.
Aww.
I suppose she was very kind. Even to a tongue-tied lummox like me. You were one of the good ones, Martel. Why did you have to die? She put everything into her work. She wasn't going to rest until we had fruit sweet enough to enjoy. And now we do. When she died, I named a sapling after her. And now it's a full-grown tree. Martel lives on through the fruit it bears.
And through you. Her dream would have died with her, had you not kept it alive. That's something to be proud of.
I didn't do anything really, but thank you. You're kinder to me than I deserve.
By the way, Otto's expecting some of your crop. And I wouldn't mind some of it either, if that's not too much to ask.
Of course not. I'll see that you're both well provided for. They like your fruit, Martel. Isn't that wonderful? I'd say it's about time we planted you some siblings, don't you think?
No. Apples. The fruits of her labors. Martel apples. A basket of slightly stunted, somewhat sweet apples grown from the blighted earth thanks to the dedication and perseverance of one woman, Martel. May she rest in peace. A quote from Martel. Still, we'll grow something worth eating out of these days. When we do, you'll have first pick. I remember that promise.
Just look at her. Isn't Martel in fine fettle? What about young Bohemil here? He's got some work to do if he wants to catch up with his brother Kenneth.
That's where, okay, Bohemil and Kenneth. So Bohemil also died. It kind of matches them in life as well when they were alive. That's probably Kenneth and Bohemil. Sorry, Bohemil to this one to catch up to. Anyway, lovely. Like symbolically as well, like seeds they planted, they are literally growing. Literally and metaphorically, the seeds they planted.
Did you come through the forge today?
Back, are ya?
You got anything for us?
So, what'll it be?
We haven't upgraded our equipment in a while.
If you told me you could fire a forge without a crystal or a bearer before I came here, I would have taken you for a madman. But no, here it is. The secret's in the bellows.
God, this one.
Master Sid's own design. The other Master Sid.
Those men didn't hurt Martha, did they?
And what can I do for you? Coin purse weighing you down?
She said she and Sid go way back, and now she's smoking to remind us of Sid a bit more.
Finished, are you?
So we now have a real hub, which gets updated after every mission. Like, check our messages, check our quests, check our redeemables, check the hunt board. So I guess this is the gameplay loop now. And we have 4 mother crystals remaining. A bird by any other name. The white-winged wonder. A bird by any other name. Oh, this is from Jill. Forgive my insistence in writing you these silly letters. Would that we had more time to speak to each other in person, or if the developers and the writers gave me more lines. But for every day we spend together, it feels as though we must suffer another 2 apart. I am gladdened to hear of your most unexpected reunion with Ambrosia. Or should I say Whiteheart? You told me once how your chocobo sacrificed herself to protect you that night at Phoenix Gate. And here, so many years later, we find she has spent her life doing that exact same thing. Defending others. Some things never change, do they, Clive? From Jill. Why hear of? Even she forgot she was there. Well, at least they put these letters in. So it's kind of like those. I noticed more RPGs and like gacha games. They're adding like this messenger service, so it adds a bit more character interaction with your, your party members, the cast of characters. So I'm still holding out hope. Like, I'm still hoping out that Jill is gonna develop into a great character. I hope. Oh, nice. Since we did the side quest with Martel, we get this. A memory. And Ambrosia's tack. Since Ambrosia was also optional. A saddle and blinders crafted specifically for Clive's child, the Chocobo Ambrosia. Even after being separated from her master, the noble steed served the people of Rosaria in his stead, protecting the defenseless from the merciless, just as a good shield should. Lovely. Martel apples. Somewhat stunted, somewhat sweet apple grown from the blighted earth thanks to the dedication and perseverance of one woman, Martel. Though she was to lose her life from the wounds she sustained in Kupka's attack on the hideaway, her legacy lives on in the saplings she saved from the ruins. Memories. We have so many more to make. Alright, we are ready. Hey, I wanted to go on a hunt. I guess they're forcing us to do the MSQ. Okay, it's about time anyway. Hawk's Cry Cliff. This is how they pace you, I guess. Like, stop it! Stop going on hunts and side quests. Do the main quest before you get bored. Hawk's Cry Cliff. Southern Rosaria. From these heathered highlands, one might catch a glimpse of Rosalith Castle and everything else in between. Like we talk to the Moogle, he tells us about hunts and we can't hunt. It's like, damn it. Uh-oh. Garlean music.
Do you think it was wise to leave, Gav? He didn't seem pleased.
I needed his eyes and nose in Dhalmekia. I'm not about to let Kupka take us unawares. Besides, he has a knack for that sort of thing.
That he does.
And wasn't it Sid who said that matters such as these are best left to dominance? Especially should one of his beloved opportunities to grow and change present itself.
Torgal's a dominant in my eyes. You're a dominant, good boy.
I always knew that I would return one day. Return to Ironhome.
Yeah, here's where Jill will shine.
For what?
Revenge.
After learning the truth, you were given the chance to face your past. If I am to continue at your side, I must do the same.
We will face it together then.
To the end.
Jill companion quest started.
Come on.
Bloodlines.
How far do you think your mother's reach extends? Will we find the same tragedy in the south as we did at Martha's Rest?
More than likely. Which is why we should hurry. There are still many settlements between here and Port Isolde. We visit as many as we can and hear their stories. Starting with the village of Amber.
Good thing we have chocobos to us. Let's see if Jill mounts one. If I mount,
good girl.
Oh, she spawns behind. Okay, there's no animation of your party members mounting up. Icon? Which icon? For the chocobo? Oh, I didn't see it.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Oh, the mounting icon. Okay. Get off. How do I dismount? Oh, yeah, that's cute. Ah, where are you? Well, that is fast. Aw. Yeah, it's a nice icon. It's even like animated slightly. Mount.
Let's go.
The saddle? Sorry, what about the saddle? Let me check it again. Oh, you mean check the saddle where the icon was? Well, there's a dagger. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm here to do MSQ, not farm mobs.
Time to fight.
It is like we're in FF14 again. Hello, fellow chocobos. You're a bluebird. Will you attack me? No. Inefficient? Yeah, and I don't want to over level as well. I'll only like attack if really necessary. Or if I need like items or requests. I wonder what that is in the distance. Oh, auto dismount.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! Thought they were loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all, for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
Yeah, she wants to clean up house and she's using the religious extremists to do so.
Black Shields having a village this small. There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
You fancy dancing a gallows jig like the miller's son?
All right, I heard you the first time.
Welcome, stranger.
Run along now, before one of the boys starts thinking you're something you're not.
What did those knights want, Father?
I told you to stay in the house. Go on.
Word is, Port Isolde's closed her gates to all but the Highborn, and now a great camp sprung up along the walls.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There've been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire. What with their 100 full legions? 100? I heard it were 1,000. We're going hunting for outlaws. How'd you like that, boy?
Uh-oh. I don't think that's us. Is it? Mayor's wife?
There was a time my husband might have stood up to those men. Though back then, he wouldn't have needed to.
I'm assuming the mayor's gone. Oh wait, no. They were talking to the mayor earlier. We need to play hacky sack with her decapitated head. That's the least of what she deserves. Youth.
You seen him, didn't you?
I'm sorry.
The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think there was a Black Shield. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
But what do you think? Amber's the arse end of nowhere. And they thought we might be harboring firebrands. Huh. If only we were. I might have turned them in and become a Black Shield myself.
What?
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know.
How'd you get it?
But we need to find out.
Oh, so people think my brand mark is a scar now.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pool.
You sent the message.
Then we shall be on our way.
Yeah, I know it is removed, but it's so obviously still in the shape of a brand. And he's not the first branded to remove his mark.
In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
East Pool was the example.
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about. I did all the side quests so far.
That's a fair old scar you got there, by the way. How'd you get it?
Too unthinkable a branded would have the freedom to do such a thing. Yeah, them underestimating us.
It's very warm.
At this rate, there'll be none left to help with the harvest.
Happy birthday! Now it's not unlucky, even though it was your birthday in other points. But thank you for dropping by again. Welcome back, Tego. Oh, I don't remember that. They place Wyvern's poison into the tattoo, and if improperly removed, it will kill you. Maybe I just forgot about that detail. Yeah, I think I just forgot about it.
Faster.
4 p.m. it is then. Enjoy the Jack Coke. Oh, what? No. Oh. It's a long trek. You have to go through Shallop Rock. Or we take this path. Either way, no. We need to pass down there. You're either safe or cursed. Oh well.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
Unleash a symbiote, Reeve souls. Calm down there. Fallen Hunter. What are the foreign? Huh. Okay.
Ever since the Apollo tree, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The Mother Crystal's collapsed.
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
Choose our path. This looks interesting. Black shields. Are they gonna say anything?
More of my mother's men.
Oops. Did Clive say something about the ever since the apothecary, these things have been showing up more frequently? Well, Ultima's on the move. Hopefully Joshua can contain him.
It's over.
Oh, tiny worms.
Let's try.
Blood, Clive.
And still wet.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You know who we are. And still, you would bear your steel.
It's because of
Why
that.
then, we owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation. To dwell in darkness, that we may purge the night and welcome lasting dawn. On these, our swords we swear.
Say that again.
Famous last words.
I'll show you a true shield Berserker.
What? Oops. What? What? Oh! It was blocking, my bad. It's exactly what she's doing. She's making a mockery of everything. To what end, I wonder? Might be more than simple hate. What are they after?
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps. They await you in Ordeal. Guardians of the Flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
Okay. Torgal's our danger detector.
Find something, boy. Death.
Found her.
Hmm.
This was my mother's doing.
But why? Why would anyone...
I don't know. I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
I will learn what madness drives her, and I will end it.
Yep.
We should go.
Yes.
We can't leave them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
The fifth down the video on your YouTube feed, New Indiana Jones is disappointing. Well, if you have you watched it yet? I had fun with it. I mean, it wasn't like amazing, but I liked it. But it was, of course, critically divisive, but the audience score at least is still pretty good. Alana Pierce. That's familiar. Which movies are these? I still have yet to watch Spider-Man, now that I think about it. Sony's God of War writer was hired in the last year or so of development. Ah. And it is like her video review of it. Got it. Oh yeah, Guardians. Yeah, you're right. I only watched 1 out of 3. I heard the third Guardians was also pretty good. Suzume. Wait, is that the one with the portal door? The Makoto Shinkai film? Sorry, I don't know if I got that name correctly. Yep, that one. Chair and stuff. I missed the theatrical release of that. Well, with some of the animes concluding, I will have more time to check up on more anime I missed. Did you like it? Suzume?
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
Didn't happen to come by way of Oldhill, did you? Saw some Imperials clad in black making for the docks just the other day. The next morn, you couldn't see the sun for all the ravens.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road.
Hush now. You didn't hear nothing.
He has like 3 movies. Like, how many movies has he had with the same trope? Maybe he hasn't exhausted his ideas yet. In honor of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. 250 years. This is... Oh, same.
They tell us there's a curfew, but then refuse us passage back to our homes.
We won't survive another night.
Passage to the provincial capital is restricted to Imperial Army personnel.
The gates are closed! Begone!
Of course they are.
They're all Rosarian.
But this is their home.
I'm hungry.
4 already? Damn.
The Empire would have us live in the Deadlands.
Even the chocobo's sad. It's like curled up like a cat.
You'll find no succor to the South Travellers, nor beyond the Buet. The Empire has seen fit to banish us from our own land.
Don't go thinking you'll find refuge in the houses outside Port Isolde. The place is a wretched hive of thieves and blackguards.
Don't you mean scum and villainy? Quiet Sands. We need to wake this place up soon enough. Oh, Oppenheimer, July 20. Looks promising. I'll be interested to check that out.
Very well.
This place looks very familiar. It's like the beach next to... What's that place in FF14? The resort? Where the crabs are. Costa del Sol, yes. Whoops. Of course, written for the screen, but it makes for good drama. God.
The Lazarus. What happened to this place?
Lazarus.
My mother happened. The nobles who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
Oh, right. We're here to look for our uncle. Totally forgot. Barricaded.
Good girl. Run like the wind.
Any chests to collect here?
We should stop at the main gate and see what that gets us. That's the main gate. And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
Doesn't bode well for our meeting. Two modes of transport. Good thing we got that obelisk. Alright, another camp of refugees. What's going on?
Have mercy.
This doesn't make sense. Not yet.
Voice-riddled dogs they are. You can't ignore us forever.
Let us in or we'll die on your doorstep.
Better out there than in here.
Oh, good enough,
Fuck off. And you chinless bastards. Those crystals belong to us all. I said, where were you, filth? Back to your sties. Cut you down where you stand. Destroy it.
No chance of slipping through unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
Oh, then we go back to the side quests. Hey, maybe they're just so low on crystals now. I don't know. We'll see.
I thought we might be able to reason with the guards. Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built, so that they could visit town without having to walk amongst the rabble. The Lazarus.
I have a feeling we're gonna encounter something exciting soon. It'll be a nice place.
If you're
It'll be a nice
sure.
place to pause.
The entire place looked abandoned.
Haunted house
Do you
time!
think it's safe?
As long as it is abandoned.
Black light burns.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
Maybe they found who they were looking for.
Hey, maybe it's her uncle.
Our last crystal just shattered. What are we gonna do now? Drink rainwater from puddles? Eat our rabbit raw?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We numbered 6 when we left our village. 2 died on the road. Another passed just last night. I worry I might be next.
Yeah, there's one of those spirals. Like, wait, it was an arms race, right?
I'm so hungry.
Half the guards at that gate are Rosarian. They've sold their souls for the promise of a warm bed. Not that I can blame them. The Empire's left us nothing. Open the damn gates!
Not a step closer.
Why won't you let us in?
Where are our crystals?
These people are addicted to magic. They are addicted to crystals. That's what this is. All right.
Ambrosia won't help me here.
Oh.
Let's go. Fly, Ambrosia.
Hey, that item respawned.
Be safe.
They followed me all the way here? Oh, good. Just like FF14. They have an aggro range. Alright. Now this place is creepy. It's like we're back in The Witcher. The violence never ends. It's a cycle. War. War never changes.
Nothing like I remember it.
How quickly a crown can lose its luster.
Four hours of sleep? Get some rest. Were you playing too much FF? Doing all your hunts? Or not a good shift today? Wait, no, it's Sunday. Saturday.
Not abandon them.
Not giving. Not abandon them. Hello? Who you?
Oi! Visitors!
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out.
Who the hell are these guys? Can we... Hi, who are you?
Or not.
Lazarus Bandit. Squatters. Damn it. Invasions from nuclear nation to non-nuclear is a thing. Sadly, it's also an important caveat. Yeah, hunting down the nukes. Just wouldn't get to bed on time in between my 12-hour shift. And yes, they also aren't allowed to invade back or nuke. So everyone's at a standstill, supposedly. We should consider putting Devil May Cry into the stream pile if you really enjoy this game's combat. DMC 5. Like, I'm not going to play that, though, until I'll just watch all the playthroughs of DMC 2 to 4. Because I only finished 1. So I'll get more context for DMC 5. But it's there. I'll play it eventually. It's just sitting in my library like a lot of other games. But we'll see what I'll play on Tuesday. It's either Indiana Jones or one of the visual novels you guys recommended. I'll see how I feel tomorrow. DMC definitely influenced the industry. Despite being commercially successful, you think DMC 5 came and went with less impact than expected. In my circles, at least, they really love DMC 5. The game actually ships with a fairly detailed story recap you could play for the main menu. Oh, okay.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that.
Um,
And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
maybe we're...
Blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died.
It looks like Wade. Wait!
Forgive me, my lord. I knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us.
We just killed your men! Because they didn't bother to talk.
Founder, it really is you.
It is.
Sir Wade! It is Sir Wade!
Sir Wade.
How did they make it out? Wow.
We can speak inside.
Well, he probably hid in the castle. He just nodded at Jill. Slash nod. Slash nod. Maybe Jill's actually the MC. She's actually the player.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far. And we banded together to form the Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings. We saw what happened in Old Hill.
Aye, the foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
Yeah, it's just... what's going on?
No offense, my lord. But in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool.
So she's just plainly incompetent and hateful?
Since granting the Holy Emperor a new heir, her obsession with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge.
Then so do we.
Make ready.
This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
Time to be an Empress Slayer.
We must. So let us go with you. For the good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
It's good to see him up and about. And the Resistance.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
Yeah, let's check out their operation. Sorry, I was like watching the cutscenes. Oh. Yeah, Devil May Cry is in the Steam pile for sure. Definitely influenced the industry. Actually ships. Exists in the form it does because of DMC5. Being loved and being influential isn't the same as what I'm saying. I'm saying despite making a big sales splash, tons of great reviews, it seems to have a bad rate and broader discourse. Maybe the timing of it. I'm not sure about the release windows of what other games released. I remember a lot of big games were being released around the same time as DMC5. We were getting some really great games, I think, in those months. From what I remember. He knows it's his fault for not asking. Yeah, Sir Wade, it's like... Well... I feel bad for those guys we just killed. It's like, whoops! We were friends all along. At least recognize Jill. I'm still waiting for Jill to have her moment. Maybe once we really get on her quest in the Iron Kingdoms. Once we get to the Iron Kingdoms after this, I'm really hoping she takes the spotlight. She's a silent MC. Yeah, as I was saying, it feels like she's a silent MC. She was just slash nods. Where her actual companion? Where her Scion companion? Sadly, Persona 3 Remake won't use her, they announced, so she's here. Yeah, sadly, I'd love to play the remake, but I want to play as the female protagonist, so I'm going to stick with Persona 3 Portable on Game Pass if and when I eventually get to Persona 3. Every time it's almost her moment, it becomes someone else's moment. That's what I'm getting so frustrated by right now. I will say, okay, for now, right now, I'm just waiting for one of the female characters to take the spotlight. That's just my preference. It's just I love Clive. I really, really love Clive. I really do. He's a very strong MC. But I wish there was a female character that really stands out. Not yet. I'm hoping.
I suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
So we didn't kill them. Okay, conscience is clean. He was here just to confirm that.
I suppose we owe you our thanks. You spared us when you could have just as easily sent us to the mud.
After clawing him with Garuda's talons and setting them ablaze with Ifrit's fire, I am impressed that they are still alive.
We'll show them that the fire in our hearts is not so easily quenched.
No hard feelings, yeah?
Won't know what hit them.
Now let's see how their operation really is doing.
In the flesh. Saw him once when I was your age. He had that same look in his eyes.
We'll show them as much mercy as they did our sisters and brothers in Old Hill.
Less if I have my way.
What is it you require? May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Sorry, Jill. They do not, in fact, have a good quartermaster. I needed nothing from him. Let us away, Sir Wade. After I talk to this guy.
We'll keep them from the bridge. Don't you worry.
Alright, something big's gonna happen.
Brother Wade's life depends upon it.
Brother Wade.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buett Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
So Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
They're still wearing that armor.
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
You're wondering if societal expectations make Jill hold her tongue and society judge what she sees. Well, they did establish that this world is sexist, so... perhaps? Society's discrimination is sent towards bears. No, I mean, it is, yeah. Their, of course, main focus is the discrimination against bearers, but they also have not been treating the women well. They're certainly after a battle loser, but they hate that happens regardless of gender. Well, we have to play more to find out. Party members. Throughout the main scenario, Clive will often be joined by various companions who are keen to lend their assistance. However, depending on Clive's destination, they may choose to remain behind at the hideaway. Hey, we got temporary party members. Black or white? Make for Buick Bridge. So far, I have not seen it happen to another gender. So far. I don't know yet. No spoilers, please.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village. We tracked down the bastards responsible and fed their corpses to Stillwind. Suffice to say, that got their attention. It's been a game of cat and mouse ever since.
Oh, well, I don't think we've seen that moment yet. Yeah. We did? Oh, no, we were asking for men. You mentioned it happened to men as well. We know about Garuda, which is the only instance that we've seen so far. And other NPCs have also made remarks that hinted at women being pigeonholed into certain roles. But I thought you were talking about that they also show it happening to the other gender.
Look at me sideways. How was the Black Shields?
Okay, so you're just implying that it happens in... You know, historically it happens, but what we're talking about here is how they've depicted it so far.
Come along now. We'll find another bridge.
So I'm not sure if, assuming that they probably did it to the men as well, I don't know if that kind of makes up for... You know, what... Because, you know, as a story, they can't, of course, focus on everything. But they choose what is inside their lens. And that is what we as the audience get. What is beyond those lenses, that is usually up for discussion and debate.
The bastards are lucky I didn't have my axe.
There they are. On your command, my lord.
Alright. Let's put that aside and liberate this place. And deal a blow to our mother.
What is it now? I told you!
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog,
Speaking of,
could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come!
he singled out the woman in that part.
Die along with your flame! For Azaria!
For Azaria!
I like how Wade's a warrior.
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the
We got this. Wait a minute.
Worms. The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
Hey!
A noble stand, albeit a misguided one.
I always like fighting with the dragoons.
In taking it, you have but proven our point.
Of course.
That this land is in dire need of cleansing.
Come and try. Whoops. I wonder if this is efficient.
There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You ain't finished him.
Whoops. Too late. Yeah, now we're talking about what ifs though. So I'm just seeing it as it is right now.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud. My, Lord, perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again. I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battled to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may, it is still our home, and we must fight for it, as we always have, and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die, and her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
Temporary reprieve. This game could be said to be softening up the community fears you can go some deeper. Maybe, hopefully. But softening them up with the same tropes that we've seen in... It's nothing we haven't seen before.
Has my uncle been funding you and your comrades' endeavors?
Since the beginning. Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement,
so our uncle is
they'd
involved.
seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone. And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant. Don't be surprised if he refuses you an audience, especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter.
Merit badge?
It's the mark of the Guardian.
Yes, a badge.
Display it, and those who love Rosaria will know where your loyalties lie.
We can add more to our...
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it. If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
He doesn't know.
Thank you, Sir Wade. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
Well, I'm happy to see the Resistance is alive and well. And it's being headed by Sir Wade. And yes, our uncle is a secret supporter. Port Isolde, the Imperial Province of Rosaria.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance.
Those are heavy footsteps.
My uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him, and means to string us up himself.
Hey, it's our uncle. Oh shit. He's got an axe.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit. Clive Rosfield died long ago. And for uttering his name here, you shall pay with your tongue! You would mock me as well.
What? Okay.
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot.
Oh.
Loyal servant to Her Serene Holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Oh my god, he was in a play.
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
Oh, those tears.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Meadow in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you. You always were fond of that scene from The Saint in the Sanctuary. Never did let me play Sir Crandall.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit.
Can you say hello to Jill now? No.
I see that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
Oh my god. She is the silent MC. But even they acknowledge the Warrior of Light more. You just slash nod.
So you arrived late to one of her cullings, did you? Since becoming Vicereine, Annabella has been a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these atrocities are a new low. Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
A monster?
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will be forever in your debt.
It has been 20 years, Clive. The nation your father and your forefathers fought to defend is no more. Perhaps it would be otherwise had I the courage of my brother.
Sadly, you'd probably be dead.
All
Now's the
right.
time.
If it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have.
Now is the time, Uncle.
The galley in port, but recently relieved of her cargo. She can be outfitted for the voyage in a matter of weeks.
So you believe us then? About everything?
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about it, eh? It wouldn't do to linger on my nephew's greatest failing. one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass. This will be fun.
What are you thinking about, Jill? Monster kind of triggered her. Jill's head must be such an interesting place. If only we could see it.
She's a fine ship, isn't she? Once outfitted, she'll bear us across the boiling sea to Drustinus in the space of 3 days.
3 days? Damn.
Something on your mind?
Monsters. When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now, let's get some sleep. The journey back to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
All right. That seems like a, well, no crazy explosions or kaiju battles, but a family reunion and preparations to destroy the Mother Crystal in the Iron Kingdom. Like, man. Like, I was hoping to get something out of that scene, but she just basically repeated what she said in the previous scene. It was the exact same thing. Nothing new was added. Nothing really new was added in that exchange. Sad. Still holding out hope that yeah, it's just I don't know. I'm still rooting for Jill. We'll see. Okay, yeah. Anyway, that wasn't as exciting as the previous arcs. No major lore drops, no major crazy encounters and stuff. But I guess once we start playing the Game of Thrones, things should start heating up. I think we were left in the dark we're still in the dark. We're just like zone after zone. It's like our mother just calling everyone. It's like the same thing over and over and over, and it just didn't feel like can we get to the next stage of the story already. But it's just how I felt about that certain arc. But it's great to see Sir Wade. I love the scene with the uncle. Still very unhappy with the exchanges that Jill is trying to get us. She's just been parroting the words of Sid and Clive, and she's just been reiterating what she's already told us and what we already know about what she's going through. So as you said, she must have a very interesting... It must be very interesting in her head, but it seems that she's just rerunning everything until she get to a certain point where she finally confronts it. So yeah, we're here to support her, of course. But I'm really wondering how they're gonna highlight that part of her and her atonement, which also kind of... In the beginning, she said atonement can wait. But I guess since we found the mystery, now it's ready for atonement. Okay, it makes sense. Years have passed. We already found out it is Joshua. We finished that mystery, so now it is time for atonement. So I guess that's where Jill is right now. It's just... I just wish they drew her more into the conversations and added to the banter and the chemistry. Anyway, I'm not gonna try and let that dampen my mood further. Still trying to look at the positives that we have so far. It's just very unfortunate because I do like, you know, well-written female protagonists. It's just we don't have any yet. We have a crazy woman. We have the femme fatale who died and was put in an ice box. And we have Jill, the silent protagonist. So I don't know where we're gonna get that at this stage in the story. We'll see. But Clive is still very strong. So anyway, that's all I gotta say for now, the initial impressions of that. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. We're gonna have to try and wind down. We're gonna take a break from FF for a week. Let it stew. For Tuesday, I'm gonna be choosing either Indiana Jones or another visual novel just to get back into the variety stream of things and welcome some other people who've been avoiding spoilers. But I'm really glad that you guys are here to join with me in the journey. So, back as usual. Officially, we have Friday and Sunday blocked off. But if I don't have a game on Thursday, I stream on Thursday. If nothing comes up on Saturday, same thing. I'm going to try to do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Officially, Friday and Sunday. Grueling but satisfying. Well, I'm really glad that you've been here as well to join. It's great to see FC members in here and to bounce off ideas with people who are more familiar with the source material and also have journeyed on FF14 as well. I'm experiencing something from this from people from the same creative team. It's great to be able to talk about that and, like, I guess also share the highs and lows of this journey that we have so far. So thank you again for joining in the discussion and hanging out. I'll see you all on Tuesday for a visual novel or an RPG or Indiana Jones. For anyone who may be lurking, if you did enjoy this content, please do consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Our Discord is also open 24/7, and we'll see you on Tuesday for another game, and on Friday officially, or Thursday, for Final Fantasy 16. Will we have another extended weekend? I still can't get enough of this game, and I'm just hoping now we kind of hit a low, for me, a lull, kind of a lull, with still satisfactorily, we met the uncle. It is a fun scene, but we haven't really hit the payoff yet. So we're gonna enter the Iron Kingdoms next week, and we're gonna see what we're gonna do about the Mother Crystal, and we're gonna find out if Jill can finally find her voice in more ways than one. I hope she comes to her. What do you call it? What's the expression? She comes into herself? I might have gotten that wrong. But you know what I mean. So I'm rooting for them. I'm still liking their relationship, their dynamic. Comes into her own. There we go. Comes into her own. Mine's not working right now. But thank you so much, everyone. That's all I got for you today. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a good day and take care. Thanks for being here. Bye-bye.